Comrade Pepisa.
Comrade Calvin.
Please just make me co-host on the other device, not on this one. There's another one with my name.
What name is that?
It's Calvin John, but it's another device.
It's Calvin John. I see two Calvins here.
Yeah, the other one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorted.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, seems as if I see people are coming in. Just gonna be delayed a bit, I think so. Because from the ANC Youth League, it's 3 of us from this side so far. You're good. No, it's fine. One, charge.
Comrade Pepisa.
Yes, my kid.
Yes, I just want to share that we won't be able to stream live on our Facebook page. It won't allow the two of us to stream live in 2 different accounts. So I don't know if you can share the link on WhatsApp that we can share on our Facebook page for people to go watch.
Okay, let me deal with it. Senzo, they're having a problem. They can't do it on their Facebook page because it's the same link. I don't know what arrangement you can make for them. Should I share them that one?
Yeah, you can share that one.
Comrade John.
Yes.
Yes, I'm sharing you a link right now on WhatsApp. I think try to use that one.
Okay. Now share those ones in the pages then.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
I just sent it to the group now. So this one, the label. You got it.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, just give it a try. You can use it for Facebook. Yes. It says people are sending me screenshots. Yeah, I don't know what does it mean. So,
I am here. I'm here now, Pepisa.
okay, Chairman. No, that's good.
Sure.
Yeah, just let's wait for the others. Just want to check quickly.
Ngathi ugeze kakhulu weshe la. Makhetha umakhetha nebusiness. Por ahora, Calvin Johnson. Por ahora, para siempre.
No hablo español.
Trying to be Trevor Noah.
Por ahora, Claudia. Por
Hey,
ahora,
Ashley.
por ahora, Esla.
This one.
Por ahora, para
Ora,
siempre.
Chairman.
No, this is a formal organizational event. Let's not market our businesses.
So,
I'm kidding. You're looking good.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
I can see we're on YouTube. Are we streaming as well on the ANC Youth League on the Facebook page? Okay. I'm distracting you.
Chairman, can you please be the one facilitating that program? Because I was told you are quite familiar with how it's being done.
Which one?
The Facebook page, the regional page.
No, it's the same thing. The same manner in which they shared the page, they stream it to what you call the same way that it is being streamed on the YouTube channel. It's the same process. But the person who does it must then look for the Youth League page and then will allow it, because I've allowed it. I've given them permissions to do whatever they want there.
Okay, all right. Now let's try to get on it.
Yeah. Por ahora, Karabo Male.
Hello, Chair.
How are you, Honorable Male?
I'm very well, and you, Chair.
We're trying our level best. Por ahora, Peace Mavi.
Hola, Chairperson.
How are you, my sister?
Chairperson of the young people in Gauteng.
No, well. You are trying to be controversial. Por ahora, Elana. How are you, Comrade Elana?
Viva, comrade.
Thank you
We
very
are
much.
always good.
You must not be afraid to smile because we have the same gap, you know.
Comrade John.
Yeah.
Yes, Comrade Pepisa.
Kanimambo Pumelane, Kanimambo.
Hey, Kanimambo, Chairman.
Comrades, I think from Chotempela we are all ready. Maybe we can start. There's only one comrade missing, Comrade Afonso. He told us he'll be 15 minutes late, so I think we can start.
Let's go upstairs. Oh, you're chasing me.
Comrade John.
Yes, Comrade Pepisa.
Comrade John. Yes, are you winning?
No, I'll just have to share on our Facebook page. We can't stream on different accounts, only on one account. So we just shared on our page.
But I can see that you are already sharing on YouTube, but we haven't started yet. Are you filming all this?
Yes, it's live. I think they'll have to go trim it afterwards.
Okay. Okay. Comrades, are we still waiting for someone?
Yes, from our side, we are still waiting for Chairman. Chairman
Sure, Pepisa?
Yeah, I don't see
Sure, brother.
Comrade Cowan.
Oh,
I don't
thank you
see
very much.
Comrade Cowan.
Yeah, the convener of the International Relations Subcommittee and Provincial Executive Committee member of the ANC in Gauteng, Comrade Pismav, is here with us. Unfortunately, the Provincial Secretary, as I would have indicated, he was not well yesterday. He's not doing well even today. He will be, of course, be replaced by Comrade Chiridzi Munyai, a Provincial Executive Committee member of the ANC. He should be joining in around 15 past 5. 15 minutes past 5. He's in Parliament. He's running out of that retirement village, going to a place where he can be able to connect and stream to the meeting. Unfortunately, Comrade Kao is not here, but Comrade Peace is here with us. Yeah.
I think what we need to do now is confirm all the panel members, because I see there are some others who are here with us but are not being part of the program. So we just need to do the control room part of it. So I would like us, comrades, to confirm now if all our members are here. And I see who is Spusiso Ruben. Yes.
I'm just developing here. I'm not.
Comrade Pepisa, I think what we should do is that we should move and start with the program. The challenge because remember we would have committed to avail the stream on three platforms: YouTube, Zoom, and Facebook. Many of our audience this side would have wanted to stream via Facebook. There's a challenge regarding that, and therefore some will be connecting here. Of course, there will not be only those who will be allowed to speak through the facilitator will speak. It should not be a problem as to who connects on this platform. It will be those who are unable to reach us on Facebook and those who feel that streaming this thing on YouTube can be quite exhaustive on their data. Yeah.
Okay. No, it's proper.
But sorry, I think only the people who be debating could be here. I think that would be the best. Don't you think so?
Yeah, I think
even as we didn't tell our people to come to Zoom meetings, so I think we should stick to the numbers of participants.
Yeah, we are sticking to them. All we are raising is that those who can, because it's the same. Is the issue is for people to follow the session, to follow the debates, to follow the discussions, and those who can, then who are able to use Zoom, because people prefer using different platforms for different tools. I think we are exhausting a lot of their airtime and data. I think we should start to save time.
Sorry, we are using YouTube. Why don't we use Facebook? Because like on Facebook, if one of us is streaming, the other one can as well share it. But on YouTube, that will be too difficult because I understand Kelvin is facing some connection issues with Facebook. Are you able now, Kelvin?
No, the problem is that since it's on YouTube, I can only share it. So I can't stream it. It's two different things. I can only share it and people will click on the link and go to YouTube to watch it.
Okay. So I think it would be easier if we would share on Facebook, no?
I believe so as well. It would. It will get more audience that way.
Yeah, I think so. Okay.
While we start, I will work some magic to try to share it to Facebook. It's not difficult, by the way.
My friend, there's no magic. There's no magic with with these issues.
Sure,
Are you
comrades,
going to
let's
call?
start the session because I think I'm receiving messages. Comrades are trying to connect. Comrade Pisa, can you start the session?
Okay, comrades, yes.
Sorry, before you do start, could everybody just switch on their cameras, please? The ones participating. Thank you.
Are you requesting that we switch off or we switch on our cameras?
Switch on.
Okay.
Comrades,
Can
can
you
you
just-
please unmute your, switch on your cameras?
Yeah,
Yes,
just
switch on
give
your
Comrade
cameras. We
Munyai 2
want,
minutes. He's logging in.
okay.
Munyai is logging in.
Okay, the session is also live now on the ANC Youth League to page. The magician has made it possible.
Are we missing Comrade Munyai?
Comrade
Is he with
Kelvin,
us?
can you share on our page, please?
I would have to be a member of your page. Can you send me maybe on our WhatsApp group the name of your Facebook page, and then I will do that. Or I can even send instructions of how to do it.
Can you do that now, please, Kelvin?
Yeah, no.
Sure, I'm doing so now.
Yeah, comrades. Everyone is on board, I trust so, but I can't seem to identify Comrade Munyai. Comrade Lesego.
Yeah.
I can't seem to identify Comrade Munyai. I can see most of our comrades are connected now. We're just missing Munyai and Comrade Lance.
Munyai is on the waiting room. Can the host please allow him to enter?
He's on the waiting room. Okay, let us just check. Yeah, okay, no, it's been brought in.
Okay, sure, thank you.
All right. Comrades, without any further ado, I would like to introduce myself as a Comrade Pepi Sam Kabela, the branch deputy coordinator in Tshwane region, the ANC Youth League. Our program today, as we are having it, is a theme under economic challenges with or without COVID-19. What we are looking at is to discuss the dynamics both in Angola and in South Africa, particularly when it has to do with the young people. So in our presence, we also have elder ANC members who are going to be assisting us. As young people, we always need guidance, assisting us in terms of the organizational history part of the discussion, and also assisting also in inputting on resolutions. So what we are going to do, comrades, here, we are going to try to find common problems to which we are also then going to discuss common solutions. To start off with the program, I'm going to allow Comrade Helena from the Jota Mpila and Comrade Isaiah to formally do introductions for each side's members who are participating on this panel. I'm going to start with you, Comrade Helena. to just give us a brief introduction of yourself and all the members of your Jota Mpila. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, comrade. Since we have a translator, I'll be speaking Portuguese. I'm sure
Yes.
Comrade Giovanni will be translating for us.
Yes, I'm
Yes,
here.
Giovanni. Yeah, he's there.
Ok. Eu sou a camarada Helena Chiwissa.
I am
Sou
a comrade
secretária,
Helena.
sou secretária do Comitê Nacional para as Relações Internacionais da JMPLA.
I'm the secretary of Jota Mpila relating to public relations.
Temos nesse painel o camarada Manuel Mbangue,
In this panel, we have
coordenador
comrade,
adjunto da Comissão da Auditoria e Disciplina do Comitê Nacional da JMPLA.
we have a coordinator of Jota Mpila here.
E também é diretor-geral do Instituto Nacional de Emprego e Formação Profissional.
As well as a director of employment and professionalism.
Institute. Sorry, Institute.
Institute.
Okay. We also have comrades, temos aqui também o camarada Kelvin John.
We also have comrade Kelvin John,
Que é membro do Comitê Nacional da JMPLA.
which is a member of the National Committee of Jota Mpila,
E
South
primeiro
Africa,
secretário do Comitê na África do Sul.
and the first secretary of Jota Mpila at South African Committee.
Temos aqui também o camarada Joffre dos Santos.
As Gelson dos Santos.
Joffre dos Santos.
Joffre dos Santos,
Que é membro do Comitê Nacional.
which is a member of the National Committee.
E é diretor-geral do Instituto Nacional da Juventude.
It is a director of the Youth League.
Temos também no nosso painel o camarada Afonso Nkaka.
We also have Alfonso Mkaka,
Que é o nosso primeiro secretário, o antigo primeiro secretário do Comitê da JMPLA na Polônia.
who was a former secretary of Jota Mpila in Poland,
Mestre em Gestão de Produção Industrial.
which is a master in industrialization.
Temos o camarada Lírio Catenda.
We also have Lírio Catenda here,
Que é o primeiro secretário do Comitê do Ensino Médio.
who is the first secretary of high school.
Infelizmente, por muitos motivos,
Due
não
to some
conseguimos ter
unforeseen
aqui
occurrences,
a camarada Mingarda Fernandes.
we are unable to have our comrade Emigranda Fernandes.
Muito obrigada
Thank you so
por
much
essa oportunidade.
for the opportunity.
Thank you, Comrade Helena. Comrade Isaiah from the ANC Youth League, over to you.
Thanks, Comrade Pepis.
Comrade, let us move with the translator as he will be translating to Portuguese.
Thank you so much. In order to facilitate
thanks.
a clear understanding.
Yeah, thanks, Comrade Pepis. Comrades, firstly, is to introduce myself.
I would like to introduce
My name is Isaiah Chabalala.
Shamomi Isaiah Shabalala.
From the Bible.
the provenient da Biblia.
Yeah. I'm an REC member of the ANC Youth League in Greater Tshwane region.
Sou membro da Juventude da ANC in Tshwane.
A former branch secretary of the ANC 3 terms in Anton Limbede branch.
Sou ex-secretário do partido político ANC em Belani.
I've got the easiest task, which is to introduce fellow comrades who will be representing the African National Congress in this discussion.
Tenho uma pequena tarefa que introduzir os membros que se fazem presente da ANC.
I'll start in the order of hierarchy of structures.
Começo já por introduzir, segundo as posições. Deus, you may speak.
Now, focus on those who are part of faiths, who are not necessarily part of the panel. Can you hear me, sir? Am I?
There were some technical errors.
Comrade Giovanni, I think we have a problem from your side, as we cannot capture you very well.
Or is the Pepis?
Yes, Comrade Isaiah, I think the translator is having challenges. Comrade Miguel.
Oh, yes, I'm not on, sorry. I had some technical problems.
Are you okay now?
Yes, yes.
Let me move quickly. In our midst, we've got Comrade Pepisa, who's leading the branch of the ANC Youth League in Anton Limbede in Ward 81.
No nosso meio temos o camarada Pepisa, que é responsável pelo território de... You may repeat the territory, please?
Anton Limbede branch.
Anton Limbede branch, que é uma das cidades de Canafcaçu.
Comitê, neste caso o comitê. É o termo que usamos, comitê. Obrigada, desculpa.
And then we've got Comrade Lance Liwele, who is leading Anton Limbede branch with Comrade Pepisa.
Temos aqui o Azo Libada, que é responsável pelo comitê mencionado aqui.
And we've got Comrade Ash Laments, who's leading the zonal structure in the inner city central of Pretoria.
Temos aqui o nosso membro Estraga, que é responsável pelo comitê, que já foi mencionado.
We have got Comrade Lisiko Makubela, who's our regional chair of the ANC Youth League in Tshwane for almost 8 years. I think it's time to leave.
Temos aqui o nosso membro que foi cá mencionado, que é responsável pelo comitê regional.
And then from upper structures beyond the region, we have got Comrade Peace Mabe, who is in the Provincial Executive Committee of the ANC and also a member of Parliament of South Africa.
Indo mais acima, temos um dos membros do Parlamento cá conosco.
And then we've got Comrades Chilizi Munyai, who's also in the PEC, Provincial Executive Committee of the ANC in Gauteng, and also in the legislature, if I'm not mistaken.
Também temos aqui uma das senhoras que faz parte do Comitê Nacional.
Yeah, as I think I'm done with introducing the speakers, and as part of our introduction remarks, just in 2 minutes, Comrade Pepisa, is that if Comrade Chilizi is here, although I don't see him, because I understand Comrade Kawe was given a task to deal with not necessarily a complex topic, but very interesting topic. I'm not sure who's going to cover it, but we also hope that from the side of MPLA, it will be covered on the question of organizational history we understand that we share a common history with MPLA. You know, so we would expect that speakers cover a bit and engage the panel on the history of the Quito-Cuanavale battle, which it's popularly known in our cycle. You might, as MPLA, you might have another term. It was a remarkable milestone for the African National Congress. Your victory was not only your victory, hence we'll be interested in zooming into it to have a better understanding in terms of what transpired in that battle. Well, of course, we've got different interpreters on that particular battle. Others believe that the progressives did not win, it was negotiated, and our view is that the progressive won, because ultimately Angola was liberated and Namibia and South Africa and so forth. In conclusion, it remains debatable on whether Namibia and South Africa would have received independence if it was not our victory in the Quito-Cuanavale battle. That remains a debatable issue, but in our view as progressives is that without the victory in that battle, it could have prolonged the liberation of South Africa and Namibia. So we're hoping that speakers will also extend and be able to cover that historical matter. Thank you, Pepis.
Thank you, Comrade Isaiah Chabalala, for the introduction, as well as Comrade Helena. Comrades, we are not going to waste any time on our program, of which I believe each and every one of us here has a copy of. The next item would be entrepreneur presentation. I hope you can view it there on your screens as we are trying to facilitate. Just a correction on the name of the presenter there. It's not Busiso Dlamini, but rather Menelisi Dlamini is also part in the panel, who's just going to give us a brief a presentation on his business and also on the challenges that they've been facing during Corona and also as well without Corona. So without any further ado, to the platform, Mr. Menelisi Dlamini, you can.
Can you, sorry for disturbing.
Yes.
I'll be speaking Portuguese, as I said. Gostaria de pedir minuto de silêncio antes de começarmos esse debate pelos heróis trombados pela pátria angolana e sul-africana e também pelo nosso antigo primeiro secretário da JMPLA, camarada Sérgio Lúter Rescova Joaquim, que faleceu sexta-feira passada, dia 9 do corrente mês.
She's saying that she would like to ask a minute of silence so that we can remember our very comrade Luther Escova, who passed away some weeks ago. Thank you.
Thank you, comrades. Let us observe the moment of silence for the fallen comrade. Just brief seconds. Thank you.
Obrigada.
Thank you.
Obrigado. Obrigado. Comrade Giovanni, you're still with us?
Yes, I'm still on.
All right. Comrades, let's move with the program. Over to you, Comrade Menelisi Dlamini.
Evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank everyone for attending this meeting. I'm very grateful for the opportunity given by Pepe Samkabela and the ANC Youth League to share with you our business idea and innovation.
Comrade Menelisi, sorry. I would like you to move in line with the translator, the interpreter. Comrade Giovanni, can you facilitate?
Yes.
So that,
I will. Yes, I will.
Sorry, I'd like to mention that I won't be able to share my screen because of the bandwidth. The location I'm located at right now, it's a bad internet connection.
Gostaria de dizer que não vou poder mostrar dar a minha cara por causa do local em que eu me encontro. Tenho problema de rede.
All right. I hope everyone can see the screen I'm sharing.
Espero que todo mundo consiga ver a informação que eu estou a partilhar.
Okay, as it stands here on the screen, the name of the business is SWD Aquaponics. And these are the stakeholders.
O nome do negócio é SWD e esses são os nomes dos acionistas.
So I'm affiliated with them through my brother. I started out as an intern.
Eu faço parte dessa empresa por intermédio do meu irmão.
For those of you who don't know what aquaponics is, it's agriculture. It's aquaculture and a mixture of hydroponics.
Para muitos de vocês que não sabem o tipo de empresa que essa é uma empresa que faz parte de produtos agrícolas.
Okay, as it stands here on this slide, these are the products that we offer in terms of vegetables, herbs, and fish.
Em termos de vegetais que são, aí está em cima.
Sorry, let me just confirm, is it sharing the correct thing or not?
Será que está a mostrar a coisa correta? Conseguem ver a coisa correta?
Yeah, it is. Continue, my brother. It is sharing the same correct thing.
Oh, okay. As it stands, this is showing the products that I just spoke of.
Not yet.
You just need to move to the slide.
Just press forward.
Has it moved yet?
Not yet.
No, not yet.
Sorry, let me just stop sharing and share again. Is it sharing? Okay, yes, yes. As it stands here, these are the current systems that we have in place at the farm.
Esses são os sistemas que nós temos na nossa fazenda.
And to add on to this, we currently supplying 2 restaurants which are located in Pretoria.
No momento atual, estamos a fornecer produtos para 2 restaurantes que estão situados em Pretoria.
So we supply them with our fish, which is tilapia, and the vegetables that we have, such as lettuce, spring onion, and we also supply them with celery and mint.
Temos fornecido produtos como repolho, cebola.
Oh, sorry, yes, here it is to confirm with you guys, to give you a view of what I'm talking about.
Para poder confirmar essas informações que estão no ecrã.
Additionally, we have just recently implemented the bucket system just to grow our tomatoes.
Recentemente implementamos sistema que visa a fazer crescer, ou seja, produzir batata, henna.
And to move on, not waste any time, these are the current challenges that we faced during COVID, as it was winter this side.
Tivemos alguns desafios durante a pandemia. São a temperatura, condição climática, e a demanda reduziu e não tivemos bom financiamento.
Yes, the winter conditions were very harsh on our fish. We started off with 70, and then towards the end of winter, we only had 25 that had survived.
As condições climáticas não foram favoráveis, por conseguinte, houve uma redução na quantidade de peixe.
So, as we all know, restaurants were not operational during level 5 of lockdown. So it affected our demand in terms of the vegetables that we have in store for restaurants and superstores.
Como é do conhecimento, durante essa pandemia, os restaurantes estavam todos fechados, então isso afetou bastante a demanda dos nossos produtos.
I'd like to close off by just mentioning that another challenge that we had was funding. Everything that we have done so far is self-funded.
Gostaria eu de dizer que tudo que a gente tem feito tem sido um financiamento privado, nesse caso, que veio dos nossos bolsos.
And I'd like to mention that we are open for collaboration with other people to assist with the funding.
Gostaria eu de dizer que estamos abertos para quem queira financiar o nosso negócio.
I'd like to thank everyone for this opportunity, given the platform to share our views and our new innovative solution. Thank you to everyone who's given me the time and the ear.
Gostaria de agradecer a oportunidade que me foi cedida de estar aqui nessa plataforma digital para poder apresentar o meu negócio.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Menelisi.
Muito obrigado pela apresentação.
Comrades, the reason we are here is so that young people can find a voice and a platform to express themselves in terms of economic empowerment and also finding themselves participating in the economy in both our countries. The purpose of this presentation was to encourage and also to give.
A razão pela qual nós estamos aqui reunidos é para a emancipação econômica e socioeconômica, para juntos podemos levar e alavancar a economia dos nossos países.
To give young people a platform between our two beloved countries to be able to share business proposals.
Para providenciar uma plataforma em que a juventude de nossos países possam expor as suas ideias e negócios.
This young entrepreneur will share his contact details with the leadership of JMPLA so that for any prospect of business being done can be flourished.
Esse jovem que acabou de apresentar o seu negócio irá de partilhar o seu número, o seu contato para quem quer ajudar no seu negócio com os membros do MPLA.
Thank you once more. As we move on to the next item on the agenda, comrades.
Muito obrigado. Agora vamos para outro tópico.
We are going to go to the organizational history with regard to solidarity and multilateralism. Firstly, on the podium.
Agora vamos falar bocadinho do histórico organizacional.
So firstly on the podium, I'm going to give it to Comrade Helena from JMPLA to just briefly give us the summary of the history of their organizational structure. Thank you.
Vou passar a palavra para a camarada Helena para dar historial acerca da JMPLA.
Mais uma vez, gostava de agradecer.
Once again, I would like to thank you.
Em nome do camarada Crispiniano dos Santos, membro do Bureau Político do Comitê Central do MPLA e primeiro secretário nacional da JMPLA.
First of all, I would like to thank for the opportunity that was given unto me to be here. Firstly, on behalf of the first committee of JMPLA in Angola, Crispino dos Santos.
Da direção dos militantes, amigos e simpatizantes da JMPLA.
With the members who are parts of JMPLA.
Por me permitirem fazer parte deste prestimoso debate que
For allow
fomos
me-
convidados a participar pela Liga da ANC.
for allowing me to participate in this prestigious meeting with the youth
Começo
of
por realçar que o MPLA e a ANC, ambos partidos que sustentam os governos de Angola e da África do Sul, respectivamente,
I would like first to elaborate on the relationship that JMPLA and ANC have together.
mantêm fortes laços de amizade e cooperação desde as lutas de libertação nacional e de anti-apartheid.
To say that they have a strong relationship since the apartheid struggles to liberty the people.
O partido ANC sempre esteve ao lado de Angola, enquanto a nefasta batalha do Cuito Carnaval,
ANC, it's a political party who has been supporting Angola since the Battle of Quito Carnaval,
que foi dos maiores confrontos militares da Guerra Civil Angolana, ocorrido entre 15 de novembro de 1987 a 23 de março de 1988.
Just to say that this relationship started during the War of Quito Carnaval, which took place on the 15th of November, 1887, till the end of the war.
To the 23rd of March, 1988.
The 23rd of March, 1988.
A Batalha do Cuito Carnaval realizou-se ao sul de Angola, na província do Quando Cubango.
The Battle of Quito Carnaval took place in the south of Angola, the province of Kwanzo Kubango,
onde da parte de Angola estiveram envolvidas as FAPLA, com a ajuda de Cuba, e a guerra foi contra a UNITA, né? Com a ajuda do exército sul-africano.
And during this war, we had the help of Cuba, of ANC, and UNITA also was present.
Essa tradução não condiz com o que eu disse, camarada.
Acho que a camarada está um bocadinho rápida, não estamos a ser um bocadinho de espaço. Agradeceria que possamos assim caminhar junto para facilitar o entendimento das ambas partes.
Sim, porque a guerra foi entre as FAPLA e a UNITA. E do nosso lado teve o exército cubano. E do lado da UNITA teve o exército sul-africano. Conseguiu me compreender, o camarada?
Será que pode repetir, se faz favor?
Dizia eu que do nosso lado angolano estava as FAPLA.
Correto.
A guerra foi entre a FAPLA e a UNITA. E infelizmente a UNITA o exército sul-africano juntou-se à UNITA.
Correto.
E a FAPLA teve a ajuda do exército cubano.
Correto. Well, the war was between FAPLA and UNITA, and later on UNITA joined forces with the South African political party, which is ANC, and later on FAPLA as well joined forces.
That's not what I said, comrades. Please, the translations.
I'm trying to
actually ANC was on our side, comrades. We are talking about the South African army. At that time, wasn't for the ANC. Their army was not on the side of ANC.
Correct, yes.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to explain.
Yes.
That's why in the beginning, I said ANC was always on our side since the Battle of Quito Carnaval. Unfortunately, I cannot be speaking English because some of my comrades here, they don't understand English, so I have to be speaking Portuguese. And if I speak both languages, I'll take too long.
Now you may speak in Portuguese or be translating in English to facilitate the communication.
Ok, muito obrigada.
De nada.
Dizia eu que essa guerra demorou muito tempo, quase um ano.
But this war took closer to a year.
Só terminou com os acordos tripartidários que foram assinados em Nova York.
The war only ended as a result of a mutual agreement that took place in New York.
Os acordos de Nova York, que concedeu a independência da Namíbia, o fim do regime de segregação racial que vigorava na África do Sul.
The meeting that took place in New York has helped to end to liberate Namibia and South Africa.
E encerrou com envolvimento de tropas estrangeiras na Guerra Civil Angolana.
Which has ended to foreign troops in the wars in Angola.
Este acordo foi assinado a 22 de dezembro de 1988.
This agreement was signed on the 22nd of December 1988.
Pelo então ministro das Relações Exteriores de Angola, Afonso Van Dunen.
Which was signed by the minister, which is Afonso Van Dunen.
Da República de Cuba, Isidoro Peoli.
From the Republic of Cuba, we had Isidoro Coron.
E da República da África do Sul, tivemos o Roelof Botha. I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce properly.
And from Republic of South Africa, we had Randus Botha.
Quanto à história da Batalha do Quito Carnaval, vou deixar para os meus mais velhos aqui do painel, para que terminem e falem melhor sobre essa batalha, devem conhecer melhor.
Regarding to the story of Quito Carnival, I would like to give the word to my elders who are here to explain better than me.
Então, neste contexto, passo a falar sobre a história do MPLA.
Right now, I'll be talking about the history of MPLA.
O MPLA foi partido que surgiu em 1950.
MPLA is a political party that was established in 1950.
Da fusão de vários pequenos grupos anticoloniais.
As a result of many colonized groups.
O MPLA adotou durante o seu primeiro congresso, realizado em 1977.
MPLA has adopted its first Congress or meeting in 1977.
A designação de MPLA-PT, Partido dos Trabalhadores.
It was designated as Workers' Political Party.
E os seus estatutos passaram a incluir a designação do Partido Marxista-Leninista.
And its status has included parties such as nationalism.
Mais tarde,
later on,
o Partido MPLA adotou.
Later on, MPLA has adopted
o marxismo, deixou o marxismo-leninista e passou a ser constituído próximo da social-democracia.
Have left a marching regime, which is now a socializing regime.
Como fomos convidados como JMPLA, e como a JMPLA é o viveiro do MPLA, não podia falar da Jota sem falar primeiro do nosso partido.
We were invited as a Jota MPLA. There's no way I could leave out MPLA since we are a branch of MPLA.
A JMPLA é uma organização que foi fundada em Leopoldville, atual Kinshasa, na República Democrática do Congo.
JMPLA was founded in Republic of Congo, which is now known as Kinshasa, DRC.
A 23 de novembro de 1962.
It was established on the 23rd of November 1962.
Este ano vamos celebrar o 58º aniversário.
And this year we'll be celebrating our 57th anniversary.
A JMPLA foi concebida pelo MPLA como sua organização juvenil de massas.
JMPLA is under MPLA, and MPLA was the one who gave birth to JMPLA, who is the Youth League.
Cujos objetivos fundamentalmente eram a educação, a elevação da consciência política e patriótica, a promoção cultural e técnica dos jovens angolanos,
and which the main objective were to ameliorate the education system, political awareness, and cultural awareness as well.
assim como a mobilização da juventude para objetivos da luta de libertação nacional então vigente.
As well as mobilizing youth to participate in the liberation of Angola.
Conferindo a missão natural e histórica de viveiro de militantes e quadros do MPLA.
With the focus of having a strong members.
Temos como nosso patrono da juventude o comandante Hoje Ainda, José Mendes de Carvalho, mais conhecido por Hoje Ainda.
We have our patron saint, which is Hoje Ainda,
que foi combatente que tombou em Caripande a 14 de abril de 1968.
Which was our patron saint was Hoje Ainda, which fought and stood with us since the 4th of April.
Morreu apenas, tombou apenas com 26 anos de idade.
He has left us or passed on at the age of 26.
Para concluir, permitam-me afirmar que a história do MPLA confunde-se com a história de Angola.
Allow me to conclude and to say that the story of MPLA is misunderstood and confused with the story of Angola.
Na medida em que o MPLA sempre esteve à frente de todas as conquistas a nível nacional,
MPLA has always been in front regarding to the acquirement of Angola,
mas também a nível do continente africano.
As well as on top of the African continent.
Deu apoio imensurável para a libertação da Namíbia, Zimbábue e o fim do apartheid na África do Sul.
MPLA has somehow contributed for the liberation of Namibia, South Africa, and as well as Zimbabwe.
Muito obrigada a todos e todas pela oportunidade de poder repartir um pouco do meu conhecimento sobre a história do MPLA,
Thank you so much
que
for the
pela
opportunity.
sua dimensão e conquistas é de muita responsabilidade.
Thank you so much for the opportunity that was given unto me to share my knowledge regarding to the MPLA.
Espero realmente ter atingido as expectativas dos meus colegas ou camaradas de painel.
I hope that I was able to meet the expectation from the members who are here.
E termino a minha intervenção prefaziando o nosso saudoso presidente, Dr. Agostinho Neto.
And I end my presentation saluting our very former president, Dr. Agostinho Neto.
Que dizia: no Zimbábue, na Namíbia e na África do Sul está a continuidade da nossa luta.
He used to say, in Namibia, Zimbabwe, and South Africa, there remain our struggle.
Muito
and our fight
obrigada.
as well.
Muito obrigada
Thank
a
you so
todos.
much. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you for the presentation, Comrade Helena.
Muito obrigado por a apresentação, camarada Helena.
It was quite very informative, as one has grasped a lot of, learning from a lot of things that we did not know that you have.
Muito obrigado, camarada Helena, pela informação que cá nos transmitiste. Há muito por extrair, por aprender aquilo que acabaste de dizer.
Yeah, what comforts us is that what you have disclosed on the role that MPLA played in our struggle as South Africa, as well as Namibia and Zimbabwe. It's quite a very great mind that MPLA have achieved, showing that in order to achieve.
O que nos conforta é aquilo que acabaste de dizer, que é o papel preponderante que o MPLA teve na Namíbia, Zimbábue e África do Sul. Isso é o que nos dá o conforto, na verdade.
In order to achieve, you have showed us that you cannot do it alone.
Nos mostraste que para atingir certas coisas não podemos trabalhar só por si ou sozinho.
Obrigado.
Thank you.
Comrades, we are going to move to the next presenter on the same item.
Agora vamos passar para o mesmo tópico.
Comrade Chilitz Munyai, I hope you are readying yourself to give us the presentation on organizational history in regard with the ANC, with solidarity and multilateralism.
Thank you very much, comrades. Am I audible, comrade? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Comrade Chilitz.
Yeah, comrades. The
first... please, Comrade Chilitz, can you please bear in mind the translator as well? Just try to move in line with him.
Not a problem, comrades. I'm very honored to be here with our fellow comrades. Firstly, I should thank the coordinators of this session.
É uma grande honra e privilégio estar aqui. Quero agradecer ao coordenador.
The leadership of the ANC Youth League in Tshwane, the most progressive and hardworking youth league in the country.
A liderança da juventude do Comitê de Tshwane, pelo seu trabalho árduo.
Or you may continue, comrade. Okay.
No, I'm done.
And of course, and of course, our fellow comrades, our counterpart from MPLA, Angola,
Sem esquecer os nossos grandes amigos e companheiros da JMPLA, que se fazem presente.
Maybe to clarify, I think my comrade is aware that I'm in the legislature, but I'm a member of Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, and I'm a whip on health, and as well as I'm the member of the PEC, and I head ideology, political, and education in the ANC provincial council.
Quero eu salientar que eu também sou um dos membros do Parlamento Nacional da África do Sul e também tenho estudo político cá no ANC.
But comrades, allow me to comment for a few minutes before I start with my mandated topic.
Camaradas, me permitem comentar antes que eu vá salientar acerca do tópico que eu tenho para abordar.
It will be wrong if we don't comment on the Battle of Quito Carnaval.
Será erro se eu não comentar acerca da Batalha do Quito Carnaval,
which has brought to the liberation for Angola and also the liberation of the ANC in South Africa, Namibia, and other sovereign liberation movement.
Que muito contribuiu para a libertação da África do Sul, Namíbia e Zimbábue.
With the assistance of the Cuban forces, comrade, and also the African National Congress, the enemy in the form of South African, military regime, and the enemy in the form of the United States, and also the sellout in Savimbi, they were defeated in Quito Carnaval.
Quero salientar que os nossos inimigos, que são Savimbi e os cubanos, foram derrotados.
And of course, the war, comrades, as you will know, it was engaged in southern Angola, but also just near the border of the Namibia. As you will know, that South Africa wanted to defend Namibia, to continue to control Namibia, not to allow for the liberation of our liberation movement.
Essa guerra trouxe muito sofrimento em Angola e a África do Sul sempre trabalhou arduamente no sentido de libertar a Namíbia.
Former President Nelson Mandela will argue that the Battle of Quito Carnaval was the turning point in the liberation history.
O falecido ex-presidente da África do Sul, Nelson Mandela, dizia que a Batalha do Quito Carnaval foi ponto crucial para a libertação do povo angolano.
The African National Congress was not only in engagement in the Battle of Quito Carnaval, but also engaged the opponent of the MPLA in the form of Savimbi sellouts.
O partido político ANC trabalhou arduamente com o MPLA para derrotar Savimbi.
The question therefore must be asked, comrades, who have an interest over Angola and the Angolian gas and oil and the diamonds?
A questão que devemos nos fazer hoje, quem são as pessoas, os países que têm interesse nos recursos naturais de Angola, como o diamante e o petróleo?
The United States is the most country that have direct interest. Therefore, they're drawn in South African regime as a trade-off, such that, if we defeat Angola, therefore, it will be also on the other side, the turning point to sustain the regime and the US interest in Angola.
Os Estados Unidos da América é dos países que tem muito interesse na riqueza de Angola, ou seja, na matéria-prima. Então, eles trabalham arduamente no sentido de roubar ou extrair muitos recursos naturais para que eles possam se tornar uma potência mundial.
Other than the other liberation forces from Namibia, because in exile, comrades, the liberation movement used to work together, fight together side by side. In one camp of the ANC military camp, we will also work with the 4 comrades from Namibia, from Maputo, from Mozambique, and other progressive forces. So we need to salute comrades. We need to salute the comrades from all liberation movement that died during the Battle of Quinoquanaval. And also,
Durante a colonização, devemos salientar a importância da JMPLA Namíbia por juntarem força.
We must salute the Cuban forces who brought about thousands and thousands of military men and women, and also the technology, the arms carriers to be able to fight that battle.
Devemos também agradecer e reconhecer o esforço que a Cuba tem trazido ao mundo, que concerne a tecnologia e a medicina.
The additional training, comrades, from the Cuban forces also to liberation movement, right before the battle, it was very much important.
A ajuda que a Cuba teve e o papel que exerceu durante a libertação dos povos africanos.
Comrade, Cuba did not go with diamonds from Angola, nor barrel of oil, or any resources from the continent. All they carried back to Cuba was the dead bodies of the heroes and heroines that fought in the Battle of Quinoquanaval.
Os cubanos não extraíram, não roubaram ou levaram nenhum recurso mineral de Angola nem de nenhum país africano.
The SADC forces, comrade, they were defeated. They came running with dead bodies back to South Africa. So that brought to the independence of Angola, independent of Namibia, and also as a consequence, also independent of South Africa.
Os cubanos trabalharam arduamente para a independência de Angola e da África do Sul. Eles não levaram nada, repito.
So as a former liberation parties, liberation movement, we got to continue with solidarity and also reciprocate in terms of economic diplomacy. We cannot...
Devemos continuar com a solidariedade e a diplomacia.
Comrades, the liberation route has been taken forward, which we must support going forward by Comrade Blah, who was one of the survivors who fought in the battlefield of Angola.
Devemos continuar com o mesmo espírito de libertação.
Chester Crocker from the United States, who was the Secretary of African Affairs, have to come forward to say, please, let's negotiate out of that defeat.
Dos membros lá dos Estados Unidos da América, que faz parte do partido político lá, deve cá vir nos líderes africanos pedir desculpa.
So we defeated not only South African army, we defeated the United States. The imperialist United States was defeated.
Nós derrubamos o imperialismo que existia na África do Sul.
Comrades, let me come to what you requested me to talk about.
Agora falar aquilo que devo falar.
The history of the African National Congress, multilateralism and on solidarity or cooperation.
Agora vou falar acerca da história do ANC.
First and foremost, the African National Congress is a liberation movement.
ANC é partido movimento de libertação.
The African National Congress was not formed by accident, comrades. It was formed to respond to issues that was affecting the people of South Africa.
A ANC é partido político que não foi formado por acaso, mas sim foi formado com o intuito de resolver os problemas socioeconômicos da África do Sul.
I won't go pretty much of the history of the country, as early as 1600. But I'll start at the Union at 1910 when the regime established the Union of South Africa and excluding the black majority from the government of the day.
Não irei de falar muito acerca da história do país, mas sim a história do partido político de ANC, que começou em 1910.
It was the African Native Congress, comrades. So in response to the formation of the Union of 1910, which is the apartheid regime, right? Pretty much characterized by the English, leaving it to the Afrikaans people to continue to govern this country. So the ANC became the parliament of the people because the people had no say in the affairs of the country. They had no franchise. They had no voting rights. So in this context, comrades, the African National Congress remains the parliament of the people, whom majority of them were the African people, the black people in general, in particular, and the blacks in general. So when we say
Durante o apartheid, o povo sul-africano não tiveram a democracia, especialmente os negros. Então, a ANC foi fundada com o intuito de resolver os problemas dos negros, todas aquelas pessoas que eram segregados.
We are saying the ANC is a liberation movement because we were in a national struggle for liberation, against national oppression, and against dispossession of the land.
A ANC é partido das pessoas que luta pelos direitos humanos, que luta pela igualdade e equalidade.
After the formation of the ANC in 1912, the year later, the regime introduced what we call the Land Act, taking over the land, and the black people have no right to own the land.
Depois da fundação do ANC, que foi em 1912, a ANC veio com decreto que é distribuição de terra. Neste caso, permitia os sul-africanos negros a tomarem posse das suas terras.
I said the ANC was about solving the people's problem. What were the people's problem in the Republic of South Africa?
A ANC é partido político que tinha como objetivo resolver os problemas do povo sul-africano, identificando os problemas e resolvendo os problemas.
Was division, or the disunity, was racism, was sexism, there was no democracy, comrades, and there was lack of development, and there was no equality within the republic.
Os problemas enfrentados naquele tempo era divisão entre os brancos e os negros, era racismo, era desigualdade e falta de desenvolvimento socioeconômico e político.
Yeah, the strategic objective of the ANC, comrade, therefore, it is to build a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous. Prosperous will relate to more equal society.
A ANC tem como objetivo principal criar ambiente ou uma sociedade que promove a inclusividade entre os brancos e os negros e todas as raças e promover prosperidade no seu país.
The ANC believed that the unity of Africans, the black in general and Africans in particular, was fundamental necessity for the success of the liberation.
A ANC sempre acreditou que deve e deve haver uma união entre os negros para que possamos ter a liberdade que nós precisamos.
It was not, by the way, the character of the membership of the ANC and the leadership at that time. It was the kingdom. I mean, even before that, before the formation of the ANC, the kingdoms of South Africa has fought against imperialism and against depossession. of the resources of South Africa.
Essas qualidades não são o nosso caráter, mas sim faz parte do nosso reino, que é a nossa cultura. Lutar contra o imperialismo.
ANC believe that these tribes and the kingdoms have to unite to defeat the enemy for the liberation of South Africa.
A ANC sempre acreditou que deve ter uma união entre as diversas culturas que cá existem na África do Sul para combater contra o nosso inimigo.
So unity amongst comrades and society, it is very much important.
A união entre o povo é sempre muito importante.
Non-racism was one of the key components because as members of the ANC, we have to fight with racism and all its manifestation wherever it exists.
Combate contra o racismo sempre foi dos nossos maiores objetivos.
And of course, a few days ago, you would have seen that indeed racism still exists in South Africa. We have seen the elements of the right wing in Senegal who are trying to build the so-called their own state within the state, which is a very grave mistake.
Acho que vão concordar comigo que racismo é dos problemas ainda vivido na nossa sociedade. Dos exemplos é o problema que está a assolar Senegal, que o povo senegal quer criar estádio dentro de estádio.
The ANC believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it. But that is espoused in the Freedom Charter, because you can't speak of the history of the ANC without speaking of the Freedom Charter document.
A ANC acredita e crê que a África do Sul pertence a todas as pessoas que vivem nela. E isso está na Constituição da África do Sul. E não podemos falar da África do Sul sem falar da sua Constituição.
I also spoke about the object, the non-sexism. During apartheid, comrades, the women were triple oppressed in terms of gender, class, and race.
Eu também falei acerca do sexismo. Antigamente, as mulheres, durante o apartheid, sofriam violências sexuais.
So the ANC want a society free of division and disunity, free of racism.
A ANC quer uma sociedade que não existe divisões, mas sim união.
So the ANC also wanted a democratic South Africa, and everybody must have the right to vote in the context of one man, one vote system.
A ANC quer país que haja democracia, homem, só voto.
So we also speak about the prosperous of the country. We have to develop our economy to serve the interest. Otherwise, if you can't, the government will collapse. We got to grow our economy. But the growing of this economy, the political context of prosperity mean that we must build more equal society. And that society, it is called a national democratic society.
A ANC tem trabalhado no sentido de alavancar a economia, fazer que a economia venha a crescer, ter uma economia saudável para negócios, criar uma sociedade que promove a igualdade.
ANC also believe that any liberation movement to succeed in the revolution, you must have what we call a strategy and tactics. And failure to have a strategy and tactics, any organization is bound to perish. And I'll give you example later.
A ANC acredita para ter uma liberdade é necessário que haja estratégias para que possamos atingir a liberdade.
One of our friends in the Middle East, the PLO Yasser Arafat, those comrades, they didn't have a strategy and tactics. Their membership was characterized by religion. But the key issue, all they wanted is that the independence of Palestine with capital seat in East Jerusalem. So that's what they wanted. So they didn't have what you call a strategy and tactics.
Dos problemas do dirigente do Palestino é que não tiveram estratégias para poderem alcançar a liberdade e a democracia no seu país.
So what is the strategy, comrade? In the ANC context, not a strategy, not in the context of the MBA business school, but in the African National Congress context, is a building the broad objective of a struggle. What is it that the ANC has been struggling for? That is the definition of the strategy.
A verdadeira definição da estratégia é o problema que nós temos enfrentado, mas não, estratégia não é a definição do business code, mas sim que nós temos enfrentado.
And that strategic objective, I already talked about it, is to build a South Africa that's united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and prosperous society.
Eu já falei acerca da estratégia. A estratégia que eu estou a referir é uma estratégia que inclui inclusividade cá na África do Sul, uma sociedade saudável.
It is good, comrade, to have a strategy, but you also need to have a tactics. The tactics we speak about the means that you need to employ in order to achieve your overall strategic objective of the revolution.
É importante ser estratégico, mas acima de tudo é necessário ter táticas para poder implementar as estratégias.
I'll give example of the tactics that the ANC will have employed over the years.
Vou dar o exemplo de uma tática que a ANC deveria implementar já há muito tempo.
During the 1910, 1912 early formation of the ANC, we have the passive ANC, ANC of gentlemen, ANC of academic, who believe in negotiation, who would want to, of Solplaatje, who would want to go to London to engage, debate, fighting for liberty. It was like passive ANC.
Exemplo de uma tática foi implementada depois da ANC ser formada foi durante o período de 1910 a 1912, que foi uma academia.
Comrades, apology for the interjection. I would just like to request Comrade Munyai to just quickly, wrap up so that we can move, because looking at the time is also not.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, comrades. Okay, let me leave the history of the ANC. I believe everybody can get that on the website. Not a problem. Let me just speak about the multilateralism and also solidarity or cooperation. Comrades, I'll just summarize this in a quick example. For us to be able to understand the importance of the multilateralism, we've got to understand what is unilateralism. Because multilateralism, comrade, is the opposite of the unilateralism. But let me link it to a reality within the global context. So if you are able to analyze the balance of power relations, and I think the interpreter will interpret the summary when I'm finished. If you look at the balance of international relations, comrades, we know that the United States believe policy is characterized by unilateralism, individualism, not collective. Meaning, therefore, even
Estados Unidos,
comrade, interpret. I want to finish the summary. Then you can all just note. You'll summarize later.
I think it's better to go hand in hand to facilitate, you see, not to lose certain important information.
Okay. You can go ahead. Okay.
Ok. Os Estados Unidos da América têm como objetivo de implementar coisas como individualismo, mas não coletivo. Essa é uma das suas políticas.
Multilateralism, comrade, is the collectivism, and also the structures such as the United Nations, SADC, and so on. Those are the instruments or the platform of the multilateral platform that we need to use as an organization.
SADC, no geral, tem utilizado uma política de individualismo, não coletivo.
And the member states. So because the key issues, comrades, the United States, like I said earlier, in fact, what they apply as their foreign policy of unilateralism, it's a threat to global peace and security. Yet multilateralism, we engage together and solve the problems of the world.
Uma das políticas dos Estados Unidos da América não tem promovido paz à volta do mundo inteiro.
And they don't care about solidarity and working together such as the liberation movement. And as the ANC and others, we used to align with the non-allied movement, which was also a multilateral platform for liberation movements.
Os Estados Unidos da América não promove espírito de solidariedade e não trabalha no coletivo, no âmbito de concretizarem suas metas juntos. Mas já a ANC tem promovido a solidariedade.
So because if we don't cooperate as a liberation movement, we wouldn't have been liberated or defeated the imperialism. And in South Africa, which the character, it assumed that we've been sharing the very same territory with the imperial forces, as well as those that colonize us.
Se a gente não poderia ter juntado forças para vencer ou derrubar o imperialismo, acho que não podíamos obter a democracia que nós temos hoje.
What are the dangers of unilateralism, comrades? It is characterized by populism, militarism, and as well as protectionism.
Comrades, in the interest of the organization to proceed as intended, I would like to request Comrade Munyai to just wrap up and then we move on to the next item.
Comrades, in the interest of time, I think it doesn't worth our time to proceed. It doesn't worth to proceed because it has to be collective contribution. And I think, Comrade Chair, I thank very much for your time. And I think that the political education today, it's not the end of the process. It's the beginning of the new chapter. In fact, the continuation of the chapter, because the ANC Youth League in Tswane was able to engage with the comrades, our counterparts in Tanzania, Lesotho, and all other areas. So the international relations, including the political school international relations that they hosted the SG about the role that Cuba would have played. It was not the first time, it was a continuation of the process. So I think on this note, comrades, I need to thank you very much for the opportunity that you shared with ourselves. And I'm sure we'll contribute in the future. Thank you very much for Tswane and our comrade from MPLA.
Thank you very much.
Yes, you may speak.
You may speak, Giovanni, conclude.
Oh, yes. O camarada estava a dizer muito obrigado pela oportunidade que lhe foi cedida de estar aqui, apesar do tempo que é curto. A próxima oportunidade ele falará explicar melhor, caso haver uma oportunidade.
Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado. Muito obrigado, camarada.
Obrigado. All right, comrades. Yeah, let's move. Yeah, what do you know? You know, we possess all these qualities in both organizations. It's quite impressive that our comrades are able to inherently and historically represent the organization. Thank you very much, comrades. Without any further ado, we are supposed to enter into a discussion, a brief 5 minutes discussion on what has been presented. But looking at the time and that we are really losing time,
I would like to suggest that we will squeeze up the discussion of this item at the end of the program. Right now, in the interest of time, let's move to the next item.
I'm sorry, comrades. There was just one thing I wanted to say about that presentation, that brilliant presentation, but I don't know if it was the translator or the comrade that was presenting that said in 1987, the end of the Battle of Quito Carnival led Angola to be independent. That's not true because Angola was already independent. Yes, Angola was independent since 1975. That was my only remark. Thank you so much.
11 of
Okay,
November.
thank you. Thank you, Comrade Helena. Comrade Giovanni, let us
Yes,
move
yes.
with the program. Comrades, we are going to the next item. Right now, we are really running out of time and comrades are becoming a bit, we are going to move to trade, agriculture, and tourism, of which is going to be presented by Comrade Afonso Mkaka from GMPLA, as well as Comrade Calvin John from Jota Mpila, and also Comrade Alirio Katenda. All three comrades will be giving us the presentation on the state of trade and agriculture tourism, the opportunities and what is currently happening, the transaction between Angola and South Africa.
Agora vamos passar a palavra para o Kelvin e o camarada Kelvin Mukaka. Kelvin John.
All right.
Bem, acredito que a palavra é para o camarada Afonso Mkaka, que vai fazer a apresentação. Ele começa com a apresentação.
Oh, correto. Agora é a vez do camarada Afonso Mukaka.
Boa tarde, camaradas.
Good afternoon, comrades.
Antes de mais, eu gostaria de agradecer o convite que me foi formulado.
First of all, I would like to thank for the invitation that was given unto me.
Pela nossa digníssima camarada secretária para Relações Internacionais, a camarada Helena.
That was given to you by our comrade Helena.
Bem, eu que vos falo sou Afonso Mkaka.
I am Afonso Mkaka.
Sou membro da JMPLA há 16 anos, sensivelmente. Estive como primeiro secretário da JMPLA enquanto estive a estudar na Polónia.
I've been a member of JMPLA for 16 years, and I was the secretary of JMPLA while I was studying in Poland.
E hoje estou aqui em resposta a convite que a nossa secretária formulou para, em conjunto com o camarada Kelvin John e o camarada Alirio Katenda, pudéssemos falar um pouco sobre o papel da indústria, agricultura e turismo na diversificação da economia de Angola.
And today I'm here as a result of invitation that I got from Elena and Kelvin John to talk about the tourism industry.
É tema de uma enorme responsabilidade, o qual não gostaria antes de tocar sem falar porque é só agora Angola está a diversificar a sua economia. De tempo para cá, como possivelmente vocês sabem,
it is a broad term. Reason being is because Angola is only starting to partake in tourism activities now.
Pois, como sabem, de tempo para cá, a economia angolana era grandemente sustentada, não é, pelo petróleo.
Angola economy used to be sustained by petrol.
Infelizmente, de lado, no outro lado eu digo felizmente, por causa da crise do petróleo.
Unfortunately, on the other hand, due to the decline, due to the economic crisis.
Pois, infelizmente do outro lado, porque graças à crise do petróleo, acordamos e vemos que Angola tem muitas potencialidades que pode usar para sustentar a sua economia, não é? E para não ser monodependente, não é? Do crudo, que é muito inconstante e é uma commodity.
Due to the economic crisis, we were able to realize that Angola also has other sources.
No entanto, depois da crise em que nos encontramos ainda mergulhados, entre 2013, não é, sensivelmente, desde finais de 2013, o governo angolano tem estado a criar.
Since the economic crisis, if I'm not mistaken, which started to take place 2013, the Angolan government,
apesar, não é, digamos, de várias dificuldades criadas com esta crise, o governo angolano tem estado a conseguir reinventar-se no seguinte.
Due to this pandemic, Angolan government has tried to formulate ways to ameliorate and to move forward, which are
daí a criação de condições e estratégias para a diversificação da nossa economia.
The government has used one strategy, which is the economic diversification.
A diversificação da economia, como sabe, passa por vários setores. Dentre estes, temos o setor primário, que é a agricultura.
Economic diversification passes through many stages, which are the primary stage, the secondary and tertiary.
O primeiro, digamos, é a agricultura e a seguir temos a indústria.
We have agriculture and industry.
Camarada Giovanni, vou repetir. A economia do nosso país, concretamente falando, não é? E como acontece em linhas gerais, teve bases. O setor primário é a agricultura, porque é a agricultura que depois vai sustentar, não é, a indústria, de modo a que os excedentes que vêm, digamos, da agricultura possa ser transformado em produtos acabados que darão lugar ao setor terciário, que é o comércio.
One of the strategies that the Angolan government has adopted is to diversify the economy. And economic diversification starts with first in the primary sector, which is the agricultural sector. Agricultural sector has the responsibility to transform, and from there moves to secondary and tertiary.
Não, camarada Giovanni.
Será que eu
agricultura, porque o governo
Camarada
criou...
Afonso, pode explicar em inglês? É isso que acabaste de falar? Se calhar traduzirias melhor na primeira pessoa, não?
Acho também.
Okay. What I'm saying is the diversity of economy of Angola goes through 3 items. The first one is agriculture, where you have the products, because we want to increment the production of goods in Angola, which after we have the production of those goods, to be necessary, the transformation of those goods into other products or means. I don't know if I made myself clear and understandable. Ok,
sim.
Então estava aí a dizer de que o setor, digamos, da agricultura é o setor primário. Uma vez temos a produção interna, temos a autossustentabilidade e também o combate à fome, não é? E o combate à miséria, naturalmente. Isso criará o quê? A Reserva Nacional da Alimentação e, em contrapartida, o excedente que vem dessa agricultura, não é? Irá sustentar a indústria.
Well, the primary agriculture falls under the primary sector, and the government is fighting against the hunger and poverty. Caso falhe alguma coisa, só acrescentar para facilitar.
Podemos avançar. Pois, desta forma, estamos acompanhando, desta forma, como vocês podem imaginar, Angola já não está em condições só de depender da agricultura de subsistência. Há um imperativo de podermos mecanizar a nossa agricultura para apoiar agricultores organizados em cooperativas, fazendas, mas também tendo em consideração que a nossa população vive maioritariamente do campo, aí há necessidade da gente poder apoiar os agricultores familiares e lhes conscientizar de que eles podem produzir os produtos para consumo próprio, mas também para que saibam agregar valor aos produtos que excedem, de modo a que esses possam, não é, comercializar, vender esses produtos para que a sua produção seja contínua.
Well, camarada falou muito, mas deixa eu fazer bocadinho do resumo aquilo que eu percebi. Well, Angola right now is not in a position just only to depend 100% on the primary sector, but it's finding ways of encouraging the national production of certain products, and this will help to. Será que posso repetir mais informação, faz favor?
Ok. Vou aos poucos. A ideia é qual? Uma vez que o setor primário é a agricultura e o secundário é a indústria, porque tende a transformar os produtos, não é? Vindos do campo.
Sim, desculpa, é erro técnico. Well, the primary sector consists of the agriculture sector, and well as the industry is under the secondary sector. The industries in the secondary sector has the responsibility to transform the agricultural products.
Ok, good. Então, só que agora, nós já não estamos naquela de trabalhar o campo só para a gente consumir.
We are
De
not
modo
in
a
a
que
position.
tenhamos uma reserva alimentar nacional.
We are not in a position to cultivate only for ourselves to consume. We now want to be able to have some reservation.
Para o efeito, o governo angolano está a criar condições para atrair investidores ligados à indústria que vai produzir equipamentos ou instalar equipamentos através de linhas de produção, isto é, tratores e equipamentos similares.
The government of Angola is trying to find ways and means to attract foreign investment, to invest in our agricultural sector, who will be able to provide equipment such as trucks to facilitate the production.
E uma vez que existem muitos problemas de caráter natural que têm a ver com a seca, têm a ver com, deixa-me cá ver, pragas, o governo também, por exemplo, o governo angolano em breve em Angola serão instaladas fábricas ligadas à produção de fertilizantes e inseticidas.
Well, taking into consideration the natural disasters such as droughts and fertilizers, the government is finding ways of eradicating such problems.
Foi o que eu disse. Eu disse o seguinte, camarada Giovanni, de que, de modos a que possamos nos prevenir de possíveis desastres naturais ligados ao cultivo, que tem a ver com pragas e outros, em breve em Angola iremos ter fábricas produtoras de fertilizantes como adubos, o que vai cortar a importação desses meios, porque já teremos a capacidade instalada no país, ok? E vai também fazer o quê? Permitir com que tenhamos aqui instalada uma fábrica de pesticidas, por causa de combate a essas pragas.
Well, as a way of avoiding natural disasters such as droughts, the government will establish industries or businesses that will provide the fertilizers to avoid those natural disasters.
Só que o governo não para por ali. Está a criar, ou criou já, não é? Um programa, não é, que é o programa de apoio à produção, diversificação e substituição das importações pelas exportações, que é o PRODEGE, que tem como objetivo principal, não é, apoiar os empreendedores que estão no setor primário, que é na agricultura, para que estes possam fazer os seus investimentos e, consequentemente, os seus produtos em Angola já têm um canal próprio para publicitação, que se chama semear.
Well, the government is trying to discourage importation of such products or agricultural products. The government has found its ways to support entrepreneurs who are under the agricultural sector.
Daí eu disse, o governo criou programa
The government has created a program
que se chama Prodese.
Chama-se?
Prodese. Prodese é acrônimo, né? Significa Programa de Apoio à Diversificação, Exportação e Substituição das Importações pela Exportação.
Well, the government has created a program called ProDaisy. It is an acronym.
Pois, o Prodese está aí intrinsecamente ligado ao apoio aos produtores nacionais do setor da agricultura que queiram ajudar o governo no incremento da produção interna.
This is a program which has the primary focus of supporting agricultural activities.
E este programa tem linhas de apoio para estes produtores. Dentre essas... pode falar.
And this program serves to support entrepreneurs who are into the agriculture business.
Pois, tem linhas de apoio, tem crédito para, digamos, para toda a pessoa que tenha planos viáveis e que queira investir neste setor.
As a way of supporting this program, the government facilitates credits, financial assistance to anyone who wishes to participate in agricultural business.
Dentre, digamos, os planos de apoio ou créditos que existem, temos o PAC, não é? PAC, que é o Programa de Apoio ao Crédito. Depois temos créditos disponíveis no Banco de Desenvolvimento de Angola, que é o BDA, e também temos, digamos, crédito através de uma parceria que temos com o governo, digamos, alemão, através do Deutsche Bank.
Well, as a result of financial support that's being provided by the government, we have 3 ways, which is through PAC, through our Development Bank of Angola, which is Banco de Desenvolvimento de Angola, and as well as from the Germany banks.
No entanto, apesar da difícil fase em que nos encontramos, que é a de Covid, apesar da nossa economia estar já muito debilitada por causa da crise que trazemos de 2013,
although we are going through this global pandemic, COVID-19, and as well our economic crisis, which has started since 2013,
o governo angolano tem estado a envidar esforços
the Angolan government has been fighting
de modos a diversificar a sua economia,
is find ways of that through economic diversification,
revolucionar, incrementar a produção interna do país.
Comrades,
yes.
Let us take note of the issue of time. We have a long list of presenters, and we need to accommodate each and everyone so that this program can be a success.
No entanto, com mais detalhes, não é? Eu peço aos meus colegas, o colega Kelvin e o colega Alírio, que é para poderem dar mais fundamentos nos 2 setores em que falei, apesar do tempo, e precisamente também para o setor do turismo. Obrigado.
Well, I would like Mr. Kelvin to say some things regarding to the tourism activity that I did not cover.
Muito boa noite.
Comrades, just because now we are looking at the issue of time, comrades. It's good that we have this engagement, but could I just request that not more than 3 minutes, Comrade Kelvin, and also looking at that, that presentation you are giving on tourism is directed to the comrades in South Africa. Could you kindly make it in English, as we believe you to be fluent, so that we can just quickly be within that 3 minutes and then we proceed?
But comrade, I'm sorry, 3 minutes is too little. At least 5 to 7 minutes, because we have 20 minutes to discuss about this topic on our side, and we are prepared for those 20 minutes. So can you give him at least 7 minutes to speak, because 3 minutes, that will be too little. Because
Okay,
we
let us stick
actually
to
have to understand, or maybe we'll be focused on this topic, and on your side, you only talk also about one topic, and we leave the rest of the 2 topics for the other day. Otherwise, we won't understand each other.
Understood. It's very clear. No, let's begin on that 7 minutes before we waste any time. Let's proceed. Over to you, Comrade Kelvin.
Muito boa noite a todos e muito obrigado pela oportunidade.
Good evening to you all, and thank you for the opportunity.
Vou tentar ser o mais breve possível.
I'll try by means to be very fast and objective.
Para crescer naquilo que o camarada Afonso Mukaka já apresentou.
Just add on what Afonso Mukaka has said.
Eu gostaria de focar mais na área do turismo.
I would like to primarily focus on the tourism industry.
O turismo cria trabalhos, impulsiona a exportação e gera prosperidade num país.
Tourism creates employment and as well as encourage. Qual é o outro termo que eu vou Trabalho.
It drives exports and generates prosperity across the world.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll just be speaking in English to perhaps be a bit faster. I prepared some statistics regarding the topic that I have to present today. So, according to the World Travel and Tourism Council, and this statistics is from 2018, pre-COVID. We don't have the updated statistics yet, that's why I haven't shared that. Tourism contributes about 10.4% of the GDP of the world and about 313 million jobs all over the world. So focusing this more to the African context, tourism has been able to make about 37 billion American dollars in 2017. And this is from international receipts. What international receipts are is money or income that is made from all tourists that come into the African continent. And one other thing to substantiate is that tourism in Africa has been growing exponentially. Coming to South Africa, because this is a bilateral event that we're organizing, I wanted to give some statistics in what South Africa is doing in terms of tourism. So according to Stats SA, tourism contributed about 136 billion rands into the GDP. This is 2018 statistics. And meanwhile, in Angola, in the same year, 2018, we contributed about 70 million rands. And in terms of employment, South Africa contributed about 1.5 million direct jobs, while in Angola, it was 111,000 jobs. So this is just to emphasize that in terms of tourism, South Africa has gone through a very long step and is very ahead in terms of the African continent. Tourism in South Africa is one of the primary sources of income, and President Cyril Ramaphosa recently in the SONA debates or the SONA or the State of Nation address has always emphasized that tourism is one industry that should be focused on to help diversify the country. And South Africa is doing very well at that. So my opinion is that the two countries should work ever closely together, because I believe Angola right now has 2 poles. So 2 poles is 2 areas that were created or were located by the tourism ministry, which is the Okavango area and also the Cabo Ledo area. Cabo Ledo area does beach and sand tourism. So this is going to the beach. And Okavango is more of a wildlife tourism area. And these are the 2 poles that we want to concentrate our foreign direct investment on. So in 2019, we organized the World Tourism Conference to try and attract tourism investment into the country, and it's still an ongoing process. So this is just to show the potential of tourism because it is a transversal industry. So when tourism happens in a specific location, other industries get involved. So if a person from overseas wants to come into the country, they will need a place to stay. So that hospitality. They will need a road to move to get into the place where they'll stay. So that's transport. And many other factors come in. So it's a very good industry to invest on. And I believe that Angola has a lot to learn from South Africa and vice versa. And this is just to add, I don't want to take any longer so that my comrade Alirio can also contribute more. Thank you.
Comrade Alirio, are you with us?
Alirio, estás
Yes.
chamando?
I think we can proceed to the next topic.
Comrades,
Saudações.
yeah, your sound is very bad there. There's some noise in your background.
Okay. Can I? Saudações patriotas a todos os camaradas aqui nesta live.
Salutations, comrades.
Inicio a minha
Pode falar,
intervenção. Posso continuar, camarada Giovanni?
Sim, pode sim. I start with my intervention.
Okay. Abordou-se aqui de forma síntese aquilo que são os reais interesses de como o executivo angolano tem trabalhado então para a diversificação econômica do país.
We have spoken about the ways in which our executives are taking forward to diversify the economy of Angola.
Apesar da crise global econômica e que foi a cada dia mais afetado pela COVID-19,
although we are facing a global crisis, which is COVID-19, which is affecting all of us,
Angola, ainda a semana passada, deu passo importantíssimo.
Last week, we have taken a very important step forward.
Na inauguração de Instituto Superior de Tecnologia. Hello.
We have inaugurated an Institute of Technology.
Instituto Superior de Tecnologia Agrária, ainda na província de Malange, demonstrando o forte investimento.
We have inaugurated an Institute of Technology.
Isto mostra o real interesse em investir na educação e que é o principal setor. Portanto, trago um exemplo de um país de superação, não só para Angola, mas para todos os países de África, como a Coreia do Sul.
And as a result of this institute that have been established, it shows an important commitment to invest in education, which is very, very important. An example of that is Korea.
E a partir da sua industrialização teve bastante sucesso. E
as a result of its industrialization, has had an immense success.
Apostando fortemente na agricultura e
has invested tremendously in agriculture.
Comrades.
Yes.
Can I just briefly interject? There's a suggestion that because we are going to open a discussion for everyone who's on the panel to participate. Giovanni.
Yes.
Giovanni, I don't understand that, please.
Dá para penso
Bem,
que
eu gostaria.
podíamos avançar com outro tópico e na hora de discutirmos ou de debatermos, podíamos colocar essas questões, camarada Lírio, se não se importa. Podíamos ir para um outro tópico, essa é a sugestão que ele dá.
Para avançarmos para um outro tema.
Sim, eles vão falar sobre o tema deles, e depois qualquer coisa, na hora do debate, podemos acrescentar alguma coisa.
Ok. Como já havíamos falado de forma simples aquilo que é a diversificação econômica da produção do país, queria dar um exemplo só, queria acrescentar um exemplo da Coreia do Sul, mas sem problema, então podemos avançar.
Muito obrigada. Comrades, I think we can proceed with the other topic, as you say, though we can debate, I don't know.
Okay, thank you, comrades. You will forgive us, comrades. We are really rushing against time. Bear in mind, there are some waiting to present as well their topics. So I think let us enter into a discussion about the topics that were presented right now. The one particularly trade, agriculture, and tourism. We are going to open for any inputs, questions, clarity-seeking questions, any comments on what has been presented. I take it Comrade Lance, Comrade Ashla, Comrade Isaiah, Comrade Lisejo, Comrade Chiliti, as I've seen him, and Comrade Mabe, they're still with us. I can see Comrade Joffrey still with us. Can we enter into a discussion, comrades? Any inputs or questions on what has been said?
Podemos agora discutir ou debater acerca do tópico que foi abordado.
Ok.
O fórum está aberto para debate. Alguém tem alguma questão a fazer, comentário?
Posso continuar, não é? Algum comentário em relação ao tópico que foi aqui abordado?
Correto.
Não, eu penso que, camarada Lírio, como nós já falamos, penso que devíamos mesmo dar um tempo aos camaradas da ANC para fazerem algumas questões, sendo que eles não têm nenhuma outra questão, se calhar podíamos passar para um outro tópico por causa do tempo.
Tá bem, sem problema.
Comrades, there are two hands which are being raised. Can we quickly attend to them? Comrade Peace, you have an input, a comment on the topic, on discussion.
Thanks, Chairperson. Just a quick comment to say that it is quite impressive. I'll try to speak so that I also allow the translator to be able to translate.
To move the same pace, yeah.
Okay. No, I was saying that just a quick comment from myself that
comentário da minha parte.
It is very commendable that young, great minds, when they meet, they also see a necessity of speaking about economic development in Africa.
É impressionante ver jovens com mentes brilhantes a debaterem acerca do desenvolvimento econômico no continente africano.
That for me, it shows that there is hope for African development and the real Africans taking lead and pride in their mineral resources.
Para mim, isso mostra-me que ainda há esperança para os africanos utilizarem uma forma eficaz os seus recursos naturais que há no continente africano.
Together with our comrades from Angola, if we were able to defeat the most brutal regime, especially the most brutal regime of apartheid, the economic emancipation for our people, it can be a dream come true.
juntos com os nossos camaradas combatizantes, juntos com nossos camaradas angolanos, se a gente juntar forças, podemos vencer o nosso inimigo e juntos podemos alcançar a emancipação econômica.
To Comrade Lesego and your team, I want to propose that
Para o camarada Licirro e os seus membros,
you convene a 2 days workshop where we can invite young entrepreneurs from South Africa.
aconselho a criar workshop que possa convidar empreendedores da África do Sul para fazerem
The
parte,
Department of Trade and Industry,
para fazerem parte do departamento de Trade and Indústria de Importação e Exportação,
the Department of International Relations,
de Relações Exteriores,
and maybe specific people who who specializes in Africa trade.
pessoas que irão se especializar na importação e exportação do continente africano.
So that what we have started today, it should not fail in deaf ears. I get a sense and a feeling that young people from Angola,
para que aquilo que a gente começou hoje não venha morrer, porque eu sinto que a juventude angolana. You may continue.
to understand how to trade in this African market. We do have policies, we do have people who specialize in that area. If we can try reorganize ourselves and convene so that we then speak entrepreneurship, economic opportunities.
Devemos criar fórum que permite jovens africanos a saberem mais bocadinho acerca do comércio para facilitar os seus entendimentos.
No, thank you. That was my proposal and my comment.
Muito obrigado. Esse é minha proposta e o comentário que eu tenho a dar.
Thank you very much, Comrade Peace Mabe. Indeed, a true leader of the ANC. That's why we brought the likes of yourself to come and participate in this engagement. Comrade Lance, your hand was up.
The volume.
Comrade Lance, we can't hear you. Comrade Lance, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, no, I was just saying thanks to the national leadership of the African National Congress.
Comrade, bear in mind the translator, just move in line with him.
Please.
Yes. No, thanks, Comrade Pepisa. Thanks to the African National Congress, the national leadership, the provincial leadership, the regional leadership, and also the zonal and as well as the branch leadership for giving us this opportunity, and also taking into consideration the leadership of Jimpela.
Quero agradecer a liderança Quero agradecer a liderança do Comitê Nacional, Regional,
yes, and
e não
also
só JMPLA,
and also
e também o protocolo. Yes, you may speak.
Yes, so protocol observed. Comrades, I think this is a very important engagement, and PT time is not on our side, but I will also want to also add there and also get a clarity, because sometimes we can't just only talk about the economic and the governance part without going further into the political part, since Jimpila and ANC are both political party
É muito bom
in our
quando
respective countries.
é muito bom quando temos diálogos como esse. Infelizmente, o tempo não está no nosso lado. E não só devemos abordar acerca de assuntos como economia e a governação dos nossos dirigentes. E tenho uma questão a fazer. You may speak.
Yes, to Comrade Helena and also to Comrade Chilidzi Munyai. This is also one thing I also wanted to get clarity on, both of you comrades, in terms of what were the roles of the women. Because
what were they?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Yeah, because
I was facing some issues with my network.
Yeah, what were the roles of the women? Yes, but I also wanted to get clarity from you guys. I mean, in terms of the role of women, what were the role in terms of the war that South African Defence Force, together with UNITA, that they were forging? What were the role of women in terms of the struggle back then? And has the role of women changed today in terms of the post-COVID-19, in terms of me and also shares the role of women really changed? The war the border wars that South Africa was waging in Namibia and also in Angola. Many times we forget and we're not really told about the role of women. Can you also elaborate in terms on that one, in terms of the role of women, in terms of the struggle of MPLA and together with the African National Congress, not forgetting as well our Cuban counterparts in Angola as well as in Namibia as well? Can you also give us in terms of what were the role of women in the struggle of colonial emancipation at that time?
Ok, muito obrigada, camarada, pela questão.
Comrades,
Apesar de que
Helena,
agora estamos a falar de um outro tópico e realmente não focamos muito nas mulheres que muito fizeram e continuam a fazer pelo país, porque entendemos que temos um segundo tópico que a ANC vai debruçar, que fala sobre o papel da mulher. Então, preferimos não voltar a falar sobre a mulher.
Well, she has said that we have deviated a bit of the topic. Yes. Camarada Helena, será que pode repetir a informação ou se faz favor pode me falar em inglês?
What I said was, we didn't focus a lot on the woman's side because, as from what I understand, we have a topic here to discuss that ANC was the one that was supposed to present on woman's side. That's why we didn't focus on the women. Of course, in Angola, women have always been there. I'm sorry, but I'll have to go back into Portuguese. As mulheres sempre tiveram à frente das maiores lutas em Angola.
Well, women have always been the upfront in the most wars that took place in Angola.
Desde a independência, tivemos mulheres.
Since the independence of Angola, we had women which took place directly in the battles.
Temos, inclusive, 5 mulheres que nós consideramos as grandes heroínas em Angola.
We have 5 women who played a very important role, which really fought for the independence as well.
Que combateram ao lado de homens, 5 mulheres que largaram tudo e combateram ao lado dos homens para o alcance da nossa independência.
5 women who have directly worked for the independence of Angola, who have given away everything to fight for the independence of Angola.
E até agora, no governo atual, que é liderado por Sua Excelência, Presidente da República, João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço,
And until now, those women which have been led, which are now active.
Till now, the women are still playing an important role in the government led by our President, João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço. That's what I said, Comrade Giovanni.
Obrigado. Às vezes não faço.
Temos, na Assembleia Nacional, temos 30% dos deputados são mulheres.
In our National Assembly, 30% are women.
38% no aparelho central do Estado são mulheres.
38% in the government post are women.
E devo aqui enfatizar que estão nos setores chaves da economia.
And I should emphasize that they are they are in the very important economic positions.
Só para citar a ministra do Estado para a área social.
Just here to say that the Minister of Public.
Of State for the Social Area.
Of State of Social Area, correct, Aaron?
A Ministra da Saúde.
The Minister of Health.
A Ministra da Educação.
Minister of Education.
E a nossa Ministra das Finanças.
And our very Minister of Finance.
Olha, já havíamos esquecido da Ministra da Cultura e Ambiente, que também é uma mulher.
And sorry, I've forgotten to mention the Minister of Culture and Environmental. It's a woman as well.
Então, devo dizer que em Angola estamos muito bem representadas a nível do Estado.
I must say that as a woman, Angola is well represented by women in a government post.
Mas ainda assim, a nível do partido MPLA.
But above all, above MPLA.
A nível do partido MPLA.
Above
no próximo ano, o congresso do próximo ano, vamos ter efeito zebra.
Above the MPLA, next year we shall have a massive event, which can be classified as a zebra event.
No, that's not what I said.
You may speak.
I said next year we'll be having a congress.
A congress.
Yes. And we'll be playing a zebra effect, whereby 50% will be women and 50% men. Members of the Central Committee will be 50-50. So I thank you very much for your question. Though we were not talking about this topic because that was your topic, since you asked me, I had to answer it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Abdulgado. Comrade Elena. Comrades, I take it the questions, there were only 2 hands that were raised and they've been attended to. We are going to move on now with our program. The next item will be gender-based violence, the issue of gender-based violence and the role of women economic participation. On that topic, would like to invite Comrade Peace Mabe and as well also to accompany his Comrade Ashla Mens as they just also briefly go with us in terms of the situation currently in South Africa. Over to you, Comrade Peace Mabe. Leadership, are you with us?
I don't think he's present.
Comrade Peace, she's not with us. Comrade, you are with us, leadership.
Yes, I am.
All right, over to you. The podium is yours now on your presentation on women economic participation and just the issues of gender-based violence as well. Over to you, leadership.
Thank you very much, Comrade Nkabela, our program director.
Muito
To the
obrigado,
leadership.
programa director.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, for better connectivity, I would request that I switch off my camera. To the leadership.
Para uma conexão melhor, irei desligar a minha câmera.
Yeah, thank you to the coordinators of this session. A job well done, indeed.
Muito obrigado para os coordenadores. Foi trabalho bem feito, ou seja, exercido.
The future of Africa is in good hands.
O futuro da África está em boas mãos.
The leadership of Tshwane ANC Youth League.
A liderança de Tshwane, da juventude.
Our counterparts, Ampla from Angola.
Os nossos membros de Angola.
Comrade Munyai, member of the PEC. Standing in on behalf of the provincial secretary.
Miami está aqui como o primeiro secretário.
Comrades and friends on the platform.
Amigos e simpatizantes.
Good evening and thank you for the opportunity.
Muito boa noite e agradeço imenso pela oportunidade.
Program Director, I want to confine myself to the 15 minutes allocated to me. If I go beyond, please feel free to stop me.
Irei falar dentro dos 15 minutos que me foi dado. Caso eu possa falar mais do que eu deveria, fora dos 15 minutos pode me interromper. Yes, you may speak.
Acknowledged, leadership.
South African women constitute the majority of the country's population.
As mulheres sul-africanas constituem a maior percentagem de pessoas, ou seja, da população sul-africana.
And they are the most vulnerable grouping in society.
E são os grupos mais vulneráveis na sociedade.
They are also at the bottom line chain or the bottom line of the food chain.
Estão abaixo da alimentação.
In redressing the societal challenges.
Em trabalhando arduamente nas dificuldades enfrentadas no país.
There is a great need for women participation in the economy.
Há uma grande necessidade de ter as mulheres a participarem na economia.
Not to meet certain criteria.
Devem obter certos critérios. Nesse caso, passar esses critérios.
But to ensure that women are empowered to contribute towards the growth and development of Africa.
As mulheres devem ser dada a oportunidade de participarem na economia dos nossos países para que venham contribuir para o desenvolvimento econômico.
Currently, in terms of stats SA,
até o momento atual,
there is an artificial ceiling that has been put upon women.
Há sentimento artificial que foi colocado nas mulheres
to reach a certain levels of development.
Que devem obter certo nível de desenvolvimento.
In terms of the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, listed companies.
Em termos de Johannesburg stock exchange, que é onde vende-se ações para muitas empresas.
There are few companies headed by women, especially Black women.
Há
If not
poucas,
any.
há poucas empresas que é manejada, ou seja, controlada pelas mulheres, ou talvez mesmo nenhuma empresa.
Private sector has not done much to redress the exclusion of women in the corporate decision-making processes.
O setor privado não tem feito muito para dar a conhecer, para eliminar esses problemas, ou seja, a participação da mulher na economia.
Women participation in the economy should not be viewed in the context of positions.
A participação da mulher na economia não deve ser visto só apenas para posições, salvo erro.
It should focus on women participation in the value chain of the economy.
Devemos nos focar no papel preponderante que a mulher pode exercer na economia.
Secondly, women-owned companies must be supported.
Empresas que pertencem às mulheres merecem e devem receber suporte.
Through financial support and access to the markets for their goods and services.
Empresas que é liderada por mulheres devem obter ajuda, apoio financeiro.
Mentorship for upcoming young women program should be encouraged.
E deve ter programa que visa a criar, a ajudar as mulheres a gestionarem seus negócios.
This will ensure that we don't set our women for failure in the business sector.
Esses programas vão ajudar que as mulheres não venham ser consideradas como fiasco, que venham reprovar.
Government set regulations that regulate the market, the currency exchange, the trade and investment.
O governo tem criado decretos que visam a regular o câmbio e outras legislações.
While our policies are pro-women empowerment, we need tools to measure progress in terms of policy.
Devemos criar decretos que visam a fomentar a participação da mulher na economia. Ferramentas que possam.
We must be able to measure whether there is progress since the 27 years we've been in power.
Devemos estar na posição de fazer uma análise que é analisar o nosso progresso desde os 27 anos que temos já a independência.
And whether our policies had an impact in terms of driving economic transformation that is biased towards women empowerment.
Devemos analisar se os decretos que estão a ser implementados estão a ser eficazes, se não estão a ser contra o desenvolvimento das mulheres. Fazer uma análise nos decretos que foram implementados durante os 27 anos de independência.
So the development of Africa
O desenvolvimento da África.
founded.
You may speak.
The development of Africa should therefore be founded
O desenvolvimento do continente africano deve ser encontrado ou consta
on an understanding that women face triple oppression.
que as mulheres têm sofrido estão a ser oprimidas.
And that they still continue to suffer during democracy.
E ainda continuam sofrendo mesmo em tempo de democracia.
And as young leaders if we share this understanding,
Como jovens que somos, se a gente partilhar esse entendimento,
we will then understand the reasons why we ought to support and put women at an equal footing.
Vamos poder perceber o motivo ou as razões que vai nos fazer meter mulheres em papéis preponderantes na sociedade.
Now, in business, we must give access to opportunities to fail.
No mundo de negócio, devemos dar oportunidades para as mulheres.
Meaning that we must not be judged as failures, but better experienced business person who need more opportunities and support.
Devemos dar oportunidade para as mulheres reprovarem. Não devemos julgar elas, mas sim ajudar elas a aprenderem dos seus erros e dar suporte. May I speak?
Women must have access to financing for them to be able to compete.
As mulheres têm a necessidade de ter financiamento para que possam competir no mercado de negócio.
This should include what may be termed as developmental business or developmental financing.
Isso pode ser considerado desenvolvimento de negócio ou para o negócio.
By setting aside special funding.
Colocando de lado fundos, ou seja, financiamentos.
Designed regulations and special payment terms.
Criando decreto e regras e normas para as mulheres.
Comrades, the Agenda 2063 is a good program that aims for holistic upliftment of the continent.
A agenda de hoje é muito importante e é muito holístico.
We need to move towards the milestones of Agenda 2063 on issues of support and space for women.
Devemos procurar meios e formas de ajudar os negócios das mulheres.
It must be used for a holistic development of women to be full citizens of the continent.
Devemos fazer bom uso das agendas que sejam holístico para o continente.
This process will be augmented by the integration of the continent to a single economy.
Esse programa vai ser para o continente na íntegra.
Now, for development,
para o desenvolvimento,
countries bid for a contract and provide financial instruments to undertake projects.
Deve-se providenciar instrumentos financeiros.
As activists, how do we then make sure that African women are given financial support and are at the center of African development?
Como ativista, como é que podemos ajudar as mulheres a estarem nos centros mais importantes da economia?
The first challenge is how we allocate our budgets and how we budget.
O primeiro desafio é como é que colocamos os dinheiros dos orçamentos e como é que iremos de fazer o uso.
And as legislators, how do we vote and approve budgets that are biased towards women economic empowerment?
Como membros do parlamento que trabalham diretamente para a legislação dos países, como é que podemos evitar decretos que não visam a apoiar as mulheres.
Stats SA continues to give us another very interesting version of the economy on how women are going to be disadvantaged.
Tem uma agenda que tem nos dado algumas informações como as mulheres serão excluídas.
It unpacks the GDP figures for the second quarter, which shows that
essa agenda fala bocadinho do BIP,
which shows that the economy contracted by 16.5%.
que diz que a economia contraiu 16%.
And that predictions are that the economy will decline by 6%.
Isso diz que a economia irá a uma recaída na economia.
And that others are predicting that the economy will decline by 7%.
E outra estatística diz que a economia vai declinar 16%.
And the International Monetary Fund predicts that the South African economy will decline by about 11%.
E o Banco Nacional diz que a economia da África do Sul vai recair 16%.
Now, let's think about the impact that this will bring to Black emerging business owned by young Black South African women.
Devemos agora abordar bocadinho quais os impactos que isso terá nos negócios das mulheres negras sul-africanas.
Now, the UNDP working with government reports that
uma das organizações que está a trabalhar diretamente com o governo disse
at the household level, female-headed households are more likely to fall into poverty than male-headed households.
As donas de casa, ou seja, as mulheres, têm uma percentagem muito enorme de se tornarem pobres do que os homens.
That under the optimistic scenario, the percentage increase in the number of females who fell below the lower bound poverty line is 0.39%.
Há resultado positivo que as mulheres não se tornaram pobres.
The UNDP report further notes that unemployment increases with about 47,082 people losing their jobs in the optimistic scenario, and as many as 80,712 people losing their jobs in the pessimistic scenario economic growth.
Segundo uma organização que eu tenho que trabalhar com o governo, disse que a taxa de desemprego tem aumentado dia após dia e estamos a falar de 47 mil desempregados.
That the unemployment will take at least 5 years to recover to pre-COVID-19 levels and women will suffer the most.
O índice de desemprego vai reduzir só depois da pandemia, mas as mulheres são uma das pessoas mais afetadas.
Let me just quickly give an overview on gender-based violence, crimes against women and children.
Deixa-me só falar bocadinho acerca da violência doméstica que existe, sobretudo sobre as mulheres e as crianças.
Followed by outline of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide.
E depois irei salientar pouco da estratégia que podemos implementar.
My area of focus will be on pillar number 5, And I will urge comrades when they have time to please continue to read and focus on pillar number 5 so that they understand the national strategic plan on gender-based violence and femicide better.
O meu foco principal será no número 5, de abordar um bocadinho. E depois eu peço para que os outros membros depois possam falar um bocadinho, nesse caso os membros do NC.
It lists the intervention proposed, linked to targets and indicators, as well as the lead department responsible for implementation in addressing women economic empowerment.
É necessário que haja uma intervenção de um departamento que venha intervir na participação econômica da mulher.
The 2019-20 financial year showed that sexual offenses in the country increased.
Olhando para o ano de 2019, há uma estatística que diz que houve uma grande ofensa sexual.
The total sexual offenses increased by 1.7% compared to the previous financial year.
Houve um aumento de 1,7% de ofensas sexuais comparando com o ano anterior.
In 2019-2020, 53,293 sexual offenses were reported in South Africa.
Olhando para 2019 e 2020, 53 mil casos de ofensas sexuais foram dados a conhecer à polícia.
Rape and sexual assault increased by 1.7% and 4.2% respectively.
Assalto sexual aumentou de 1,7%.
Together, rape and sexual assault account for 93% of all sexual offenses.
Falando de violação, violação e estupro teve uma subida de 93%.
In 2019-2020, 695 women were murdered, which is at least a decrease of 2.7% compared to the previous year.
Olhando para o ano de 2020, houve uma subida repentina de 69 mil mulheres que foram assassinadas. Comparando com o ano de 2019, houve uma recaída de 2,7%, algo positivo.
Sadly, a total of 943 children were murdered.
Um número elevado de crianças foram mortas.
Which also experiences a decrease of 7%.
E houve declínio de 7,7%.
However, not all murders of women can be counted as femicide.
Nem todos mulheres que foram mortas podemos dizer que é feminismo.
As the South African Police Services does not provide the breakdown of perpetrators.
A polícia sul-africana está trabalhando no âmbito de aprender pessoas que violam esses tipos que praticam esses atos.
However, in a breakdown of causative factors for murder, the South African Police Service stated that 1,482 murders were domestic related.
Falando agora acerca de assassinatos, eram assassinatos domésticos, que subiu para um número muito elevado, segundo as informações que foi dada pela polícia.
Similarly, domestic violence as a causative factor in contact crime reveals that it accounts for 21,344 common assault cases, 14,000.
Há um número elevado de 21.000 a 14.000 assaltos que têm ocorrido.
14,907 assault cases, which are gender-based violence.
14.000 assaltos que são violências.
923 attempted murder cases.
900 casos de mortes.
And 1,482 murder cases.
E 400 de morte.
In 2019-2020, the Inanda police station recorded the highest number of sexual offenses at 351 cases. So Inanda, it is in KZN.
Em 2019, numa das províncias da África do Sul, os policiais de lá disseram que teve 350.000 casos de ofensas sexuais.
Followed by the Umlazi in KZN again with 335.
E por conseguinte também numa outra cidade teve o mesmo número. Não, desculpa. 300.000 casos.
Delft in the Western Cape with 291.
Numa outra província teve 291 casos.
Mthatha in the Eastern Cape with 281.
Numa outra província 291. No.
We want to comment Gauteng that it is not in the top 4 leading top 5 police stations contributing to sexual offenses. So it means the men in Gauteng respect women. We are grateful for that.
A província de Gauteng não tem assim um número muito elevado. Isso quer dizer que eles têm respeitado as mulheres. Isso é muito importante.
Comrades, sorry for the interjection. Just you are well on time, but just a few minutes for a wrap-up leadership. Then, yeah, we proceed.
Yeah, let me wrap up by acknowledging the president for convening the joint standing. For convening the joint sitting.
Vou concluir reconhecendo o esforço do presidente.
Where he set out quite clearly the objectives in his speech against gender-based violence.
Reconhecendo o esforço do presidente na parte em que ele salientou os objetivos que ele tem feito para eliminar as violências domésticas e outras mais.
For making a commitment that government
tendo o objetivo que o governo tem para com o povo,
will avail substantial additional funding.
O governo vai criar recursos financeiros
for a comprehensive package
para o sustento
of interventions to make an immediate and lasting difference in fighting gender-based violence.
O governo irá de criar recursos que visam a combater as violências que são enfrentadas no país.
Thanks, Chairperson. I will end here and I will share my presentation with the coordinator.
Vou terminar aqui, mas irei de partilhar a minha apresentação com o coordenador.
I want to once more thank the coordinators for this wonderful program.
Quero agradecer os coordenadores por essa oportunidade.
and say, let us continue to fight for Africa's independence and freedom.
Devemos continuar a trabalhar para a liberdade do povo africano e a
And
democracia.
build a common global objective for a peaceful and prosperous Africa where all nations are recognized and respected.
Criando objetivo que é promovendo a união e promover a prosperidade nos continentes africanos, para todos os africanos.
Malibongwe.
Igama lamakhosikazi.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you.
Yeah, I see, Comrade Giovanni, you are quite perplexed there. You don't know how to interpret that.
I think it means thank you, if I'm not mistaken.
No,
bless.
no.
God bless.
It means,
God bless.
no, it means, comrades, let's move on with the program. We want to welcome again.
It means glory to the women.
Oh.
Yes.
Malibongwe igama lamakhosikazi. Glory to the women's name.
Oh, glória para as
Yes,
mulheres.
Yes.
Amanda. Awethu.
Yes.
Amanda. A
Comrades,
luta continua.
A luta continua. Comrades, let's move, comrades. The program, we are quite improving on the time management. I think right now we are going to invite Comrade Ashla just to also, as a young woman, a young lady in leadership who's leading in Tshwane region, to also give input on the subject of GPV and the women economic emancipation. Comrade Ashla, over to you. Please bear in mind the role of the translator as well. Over to you.
Okay. Revolutionary greetings, comrades, the organizers of the program. Thank you
Saudações
very
revolucionárias. Yes, you may speak.
Okay. Thank you very much for extending an invitation to us small Nyana people to come have an input amongst great leaders and leaders with great credentials.
Muito obrigado pela oportunidade que nos foi cedida, nós, pessoas pequenas, por estarmos aqui a falar com pessoas muito grandes como vocês.
Comrade Mabe, thank you for the enriching presentation on how a woman can penetrate the economic market and also play an influential role.
Muito obrigado, camarada Mabe, pela informação que nos foi dada, das formas que a mulher possa entrar na economia para causar um impacto positivo.
Thank you for presenting to us the statistics.
Excuse me, camarada. I think one of the mics is on.
Oh, okay.
I think they should switch off their mics if they are not. No, you may not speak. You may not speak.
Excuse me, camarade. We are dealing with that one, comrades. We are muting him because I think it's sort of misbehaving. Yeah, this yeah. Okay. Now you can proceed.
As I was saying, thank you, Comrade Peace Mabe, for the statistic that you've presented to us about the scourge of gender-based violence.
Muito obrigado pela estatística que nos foi apresentada por ti, que mostra bocadinho dos problemas que são de violências que são enfrentadas pelo povo sul-africano.
You've touched broadly on both subjects, so kindly allow me to respect time and just be brief and speak. Let my focus point be on gender issues.
Tocaste em dois aspectos muito preponderantes, mas eu irei de falar de um dos problemas que bem mencionaste, que será o meu foco principal.
Comrades, I think the late President Nelson Mandela was not trying to be silly when he said that we cannot be in discussions about the national question and take for granted the gender issues. In fact, we are not allowed to think that the national question is more important and is not intertwined with our gender issues.
O falecido ex-presidente da África do Sul, Nelson Mandela, não estava a ser bobo em querer mencionar os problemas enfrentados pelas mulheres e outros mais problemas num congresso ou no parlamento.
Comrade Helena, allow me to step on your toe a bit and say that I'm really saddened by the fact that when we speak about the representation of women in the revolution, when we speak about the influence that women have in the revolution, we can literally limit the women representation to 5 people, speaking about a country such as Angola that has a population of 30 million, which out of that 30 million, you have a representation of 55% of that are female.
Camarada Helena, me permite falar bocadinho daquilo que acabaste de dizer. Me entristece bastante saber que um país como Angola, que tem uma população de 30 milhões de habitantes, mas only 50% há uma representação da parte das mulheres.
I think, comrades, we must get to a point where we stop trivializing gender problems, because by doing that, it then translates into these power relation struggles that we are currently having, that then induces violent behavior.
Devemos meter em mente, não devemos excluir ou pôr por fora os problemas de violências domésticas, que depois acabam nos afetando bastante. De ser mal compreendido.
The root of gender-based violence is deeply embedded on the flawed socialization that we have as a society.
A violência doméstica está muito camuflado na convivência que existe entre as pessoas. Neste caso, não tem levado a peito em consideração as reclamações que são feitas, são ignoradas.
Our flawed roles of what masculinity and femininity is the very, very reason why men feel that they have some sense of dominance and some sense of power on the bodies of women.
Devemos levar em consideração 2 pontos, que são a masculinidade e a feminilidade. Que os homens pensam que são superiores às mulheres por causa da sua aparência física, e isso não é certo ou correto. Então, talvez seja isso que faça que eles venham ter faz pensar que tem poder enorme sobre as mulheres.
Comrades, I'm not saying this to say that gender-based violence is only on women, but when we dissect the statistics, we see that it disproportionately affects the woman and the girl child more than it affects our male counterparts.
Bem, eu não estou a dizer que a violência doméstica só acontece normalmente com as mulheres, não. Também acontece com os homens. Mas na maioria das vezes tem acontecido com as mulheres, que devemos levar a causa.
We cannot leave the gender struggle on a rhetoric level. We cannot be that we go to podiums and chant slogans about gender equity and gender equality, yet it seems as if it's a program that is used to keep women docile and play to the gallery of transformation.
Não devemos ser ignorantes, ou seja, apenas protestar usando campanhas dizendo que não, a violência doméstica não é algo certo e correto, mas sim devemos estar a levar isso aqui muito a cabo, devemos ser muito ativos.
we need a fundamental change in mindset in terms of how we conduct ourselves and speak about issues of gender, sexuality, and sex.
Deve haver uma mudança repentina o que concerne do jeito que a gente encara houve a violência doméstica, a sexualidade. Devemos mudar as nossas mentes, ou seja, a mentalidade, concerne a esse tópico.
Comrades, it cannot be that we hold conferences and gather and speak about gender equality, yet at the very same gathering, you'll find that a female will be told, why are you sitting down when your male counterparts have not eaten? As if the male counterparts are disabled and cannot function or feed themselves.
Não podemos só apenas organizar eventos como reuniões do Zoom, palestras. Por exemplo, quando um homem está de pé e uma mulher está sentada numa cadeira, há pessoas que vêm e dizem, por que que a mulher por que que estás sentada enquanto o seu homem ou teu amigo está de pé? Isso não é certo.
We cannot sit back and trivialize the fact that women bodies are now seen as working crime scenes.
Não devemos manter calado e sentado e aceitar que os corpos das mulheres devem ser usados como instrumentos, como qualquer objeto.
It is very paralyzing, comrades, to know that in each and every, in 3 women, one of them is likely to be sexually harassed.
Olhando para 3 mulheres, vamos ver que há sempre uma ou duas que acabam sendo que sofrem violências domésticas e nada é feito.
Comrades, we need to tackle power.
Comrades,
can I just close off?
Comrades, okay, thank you. Wrap up, comrades.
Okay, thank you, Comrade Pepisa. I'm sorry. Just to conclude, comrades, I just wanted to say that we need to be genuinely and decisively.
Bem, eu gostaria de concluir dizendo que devemos ser originais e decisivos.
We need to attack power relations from our religious practices and cultural rituals, because you find that in Angola, you have the Nkanu people who do the same rituals that we do here in South Africa of initiating boys in violent manners, and then as a rite of passage into manhood.
Devemos prestar muito atenção às práticas de tradições que são feitas em várias culturas. Por exemplo, os homens muitas das vezes são circuncisados de uma forma muito brutal, cá na África do Sul e também em Angola.
Comrades, the message I wanted to convey is that we must not idealize the idea of gender issues too much. It must be represented in our daily lives.
Não devemos idolatrar essa ideia de violência doméstica, mas sim ver como uma realidade que é enfrentada no nosso cotidiano, ou seja, dia após dia.
In a different platform where we are given more time, we would like to expound further on gender issues and gender-related matters. Thank you very much.
Numa outra plataforma, poderia bem argumentar mais. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, comrades. Thank you very much, Comrade Ashla Mans, leadership in Pretoria. Thank you as well to leadership, Member of Parliament, Comrade Peace Mabe as well, on the topic of women economic participation and gender-based violence. Comrades, we are going to move now on. We are supposed to go to a discussion of what has been presented. but also as well looking at the time is really not on our side. But also for the sake of everyone to participate in this program, let us have the next two presenters. And then after that, we'll close up with a discussion where we finalize everything. I think that one will also help us in order to maintain the time. Thank you once more to the comrades of the Youth League who have well represented us, and to the previous presenters as well. Right now, we are going to shoot straight to the next item, the government's role in building social cohesion in communities. This one is going to be presented by Comrade Manuel Mbagui, of which I see him is struggling to connect. I don't know if he's with us, but there's also Comrade Geoffrey Dos Santos, who is going to present, of which I also see him, but I don't know if he's with us. Can you, comrades, confirm if you are there? Comrade Geoffrey, I see you. Are you with us?
Yes,
Okay.
comrade, you're in.
Comrade Manuel, I can see you.
Boa noite. I'm here now.
All right. Is your sound, can you try to just a little bit adjust your sound?
Now everything now okay?
Okay, it's much better now. Let's proceed. Comrade, please bear in mind there's a translator, so just move in line with him. Over to you. Thank you.
Ok, thank you. Boa noite a todas e todos.
Good evening to you all.
Bem, em relação ao tema proposto, vamos sistematizar o máximo que pudermos.
Relating to the topic, we'll try by all means to be precise.
É sempre uma grande honra podermos trocar aqui ideias jovens em relação a problemáticas que envolvem os dois países, África do Sul e Angola, povo amigo.
It's always a great opportunity to have such forums where we are able to exchange ideas and opinions regarding to the problems that we face. Angola and South Africa are great friends.
E mais importante ainda é podermos falar de dois partidos históricos que lideraram movimentos de libertação e, no caso da África do Sul, do apartheid. Estamos a falar de partidos históricos em dois países distintos.
And it's most importantly to talk about historic political parties, which is MPLA and ANC.
Isso é uma grande honra podermos estar nessa mesa de jovens e partilhar.
It's a great honor to be in this table of young people to be able to share what we have to share.
Em relação à estrutura da política angolana, em relação a todos os diferentes processos que temos, nós, quando o processo político
Camarada locutor, está a ouvir com dificuldades? Camarada Manuel, está a ouvir com dificuldades?
Camarada Mbangue, não conseguimos ouvi-lo
nós
bem.
apresentamos uma governação.
Ouvimos muito mal.
Camarada Manuel Mbangue. Sim,
Ok.
estamos a te ouvir com cortes.
Já ouve melhor?
Mais ou menos.
Sim. Continua com cortes?
Só um bocadinho. Acho que é o local onde se encontra.
Eu vos ouço lindamente.
Okay. Não, mas
Já
pode dar
conseguimos
sequência.
ouvi-lo melhor. Já conseguimos ouvi-lo melhor.
We can hear you now, comrade. Proceed.
Yeah, estamos a te ouvir melhor agora.
Ok. Ok, então dizia eu que o MPLA em 2017 apresentou um manifesto eleitoral que combinou com suas eleições, com a sua eleição.
Well, like I was saying, MPLA, 2017 had election. A dificuldade continua sendo a mesma.
Camarada
Estamos
Bang,
a servir com corte.
enquanto ajusta o seu micro, porque não conseguimos ouvi-lo bem, se calhar podíamos convidar o camarada Joffre para falar. Enquanto ajusta o seu micro, não conseguimos ouvir nada. Continuamos a não ouvir. Vamos só convidar o camarada Joffre, por causa do tempo, para não, enquanto tentamos ver a situação do teu micro.
We're unable to listen to you, and you're going to invite Comrade Joffrey to speak.
Alô, já melhorou?
Já sim.
Melhor. Sim, agora ouvimos.
Muito melhor.
Agora já voltei. Agora ouve melhor, né?
Sim.
Correto.
Ok. Então, pronto. Onde é que pararam a audição, por favor?
Das eleições
Em
que
que
Angola
momento
teve em
pararam de
2000.
ouvir?
Sim, as eleições que Angola teve em 2017.
Ok. E com isso, o governo adotou, então, elaborou o Plano de Desenvolvimento Nacional 2018-2022, um instrumento de governação estratégica.
Angola had its election on the 2017, and the government drafted a strategic plan of development. Yes.
E com base nisso, temos procurado materializar várias ações. Eu vou cingir a minha abordagem em 2 eixos, que tem a ver com o desenvolvimento do capital humano e, ao mesmo tempo, a política de empregabilidade.
The government had two plans, which was centered on the human capital and as well as qual foi o outro ponto, desculpa?
Empregabilidade, employment.
Creating employment.
Yeah. Mas vou abordar só estes 2 pontos.
Correto.
O PDN tem várias outras ações.
Correto. I'll be only speaking about the 2 topics, human capital and employment.
No que diz respeito ao desenvolvimento do capital humano, definiu-se primeiro a criação de uma unidade técnica de coordenação do Plano Nacional de Formação de Quadros.
Well, now, regarding to human capital, it was established a technical institute or unit to improve human capital.
Yeah. Em que integram os Ministérios do Ensino Superior, Ministério da Educação, Ministério do Trabalho.
Which focus on the secondary sector, high school, basic sector, and higher education. It focuses on higher education and basic education.
E esse grupo trabalha diretamente junto ao gabinete do Presidente da República para os quadros.
These 2 groups work directly to the presidential cabinet.
E o trabalho que tem é de identificar quais são as áreas estratégicas de formação de quadro que temos no país e em que áreas se deve desaconselhar a formação de quadros, porque o mercado de trabalho já tem muitos quadros formados nessa área.
These areas focusing on identifying the needed and the required skills that are needed in each department due to the higher or excess skills that we already have in the labor force or workforce.
E com base nisto, foi atualizado o Plano Nacional de Formação de Quadros, que está a orientar as universidades, institutos médios, centros de formação profissional aquilo que devem fazer para promover.
Well, as a result of that, we have a national plan.
Mão de obra à altura das necessidades do desafio.
Well, as a result of that, we had a nation plan which focused on uplifting and ameliorating skills and identifying the skills that are needed in the workforce.
E, paralelamente a isso, o outro pilar que tem a ver com a promoção de emprego ou da criação de emprego.
Parallel to that, now talking regarding to employment.
Existem em curso vários programas, vários projetos que devem culminar até final de 2022 com a geração de mais de 500.000 postos de trabalho.
There is a set of skills work that are being now taken into consideration, which will be implemented 2022.
Que se espera gerar perto de 500.000 postos de trabalho.
And the target is to generate 500,000, 500,000.
Sim, sim.
Yeah, 500,000 jobs.
Para tal, criou-se uma unidade de coordenação para acompanhamento quanto à implementação dos programas que vão resultar na geração dos postos de trabalho, bem como criou-se Sim, tá à vontade, foi?
There's been a program which was created to create or generate employment.
E a nível dos setores, está-se a fazer o acompanhamento dos programas que vão impactar na geração de empregos, bem como se criou um segmento específico para a promoção de empregos, digamos, para aquelas pessoas que têm dificuldades de acesso ao mercado de trabalho. Fundamentalmente jovens.
We are not eradicating problems as that young people are having wishes to enter into the job market, and we are now monitoring or controlling these programs that we have implemented.
E quanto a esse programa, temos ações que vão impactar a nível dos estágios profissionais, como um mecanismo de melhoria de competências para inserção no mercado de trabalho.
As a result of that, we have now created a platform of internship, which will help to improve skills, then which will allow people to work into the real job market.
Também temos algumas ações ligadas a apoio aos jovens que queiram começar o seu próprio negócio.
We also have a program which supports young people or youth who would like to start up their businesses.
E também criou-se aqui protocolos com alguns bancos comerciais para financiamento dos projetos dos jovens, com microcrédito.
We also have created some financial tools which provides credits to small businesses.
E nesses programas de microcrédito, o essencial aqui, o que valorizamos, são as competências no domínio de gestão do negócio, ter iniciativa, e os jovens entram nesses programas, não precisam apresentar garantias reais ou pessoais para ter acesso ao crédito.
To facilitate or to give access to this credit, we give it to young people who show that they'll be capable of managing their business, but not necessarily the results that they'll be able to provide in the future.
E quanto a esses programas, também os jovens ficam 3 meses dedicados ao seu negócio sem se preocupar com obrigação de restituir o valor imediatamente.
And as a result of the financial support that we offer, we give 3 months, which allows businesses to focus entirely on their business without having to focus on having to pay back the money.
E somente no 4º mês é que começam a fazer o reembolso, com período de até 24 meses de reembolso do seu valor.
Only on the 4th month, that's when they begin to give back the money. They have 24 months actually for that.
O governo assume por esse facto a responsabilidade de ser o fiador desses jovens.
Well, the government has taken the full responsibility to finance and to mentor these young people.
E em relação a esses programas, temos vindo a implementar a nível de todo o território nacional.
Relating to this program, we have been promoting it to the whole country, nationwide.
Estamos a falar nas 18 províncias, 164 municípios.
We are talking about the 18 provinces that we have in Angola and the 164 suburbs that we have.
E que no ano passado conseguimos, com essa medida fundamentalmente do microcrédito, atingir mais de 1.900 jovens.
With this program that we have started, our target market is to reach approximately 119 young people.
E nesse preciso momento, a nível dos demais programas,
at this point in time,
como fez referência mesmo o presidente da República, ainda 19 mil jovens.
Estou a ouvir com corte.
E que... Sim?
Estou a ouvir com corte. Será que pode repetir, se faz favor? Estou a ouvir com corte.
Ok. Mas conseguiu entender dos 19 mil postos gerados que o presidente da República anunciou?
19 mil postos, correto?
Exatamente. Anunciado pelo presidente da República.
Okay. The president has announced 19,000 job posts. Sim.
Criados no primeiro semestre. Primeiro semestre deste ano.
Which was created in the first quarter of the year.
E com essas medidas, todas elas conjugadas, nós temos aqui condições para resolver duas situações que muito nos afligem. O contexto da Covid trouxe ao de cima agravamento da condição social de muitos dos cidadãos, perdendo eles o seu rendimento.
We have a social responsibility which was brought by COVID-19. Many people have lost their jobs, especially young people.
E também tivemos agora a fazer uma atualização dos dados estatísticos sobre o desemprego em Angola, que cresceu no último semestre em 4 pontos percentuais.
We have been making some demographic studies, and the statistics have presented that they have been higher rates of unemployment.
Cresceu 4 pontos percentuais.
It has increased 4.4 by 4.4% compared to the previous year.
Saímos de uma taxa de desemprego de 28% para uma taxa de 32%.
We had a rate of unemployment of 28%. Now we are in the 32%. They have been...
Situação essa que agrava-se mais ainda porque perto de 51% dos jovens estão desempregados.
It has been aggravating because 51% of the youth are unemployed, presented by the statistics.
Então, por essa razão, o Presidente da República orientou mais uma vez que se intensificassem as políticas ativas de inserção no mercado de trabalho.
As a result of the statistics, the President has once again suggested that there should be active policies that facilitate young people to have employment.
E com as ações que estão em curso a nível de todo o país, com a implementação do projeto integrado de infraestruturas municipais, que é o PIM, pensamos que vai reduzir os níveis de desemprego. A implementação aqui do programa de diversificação da própria economia, intervenção de vários atores privados.
With the actions that are being taken to place in order to promote or create employment, we have diversification of the economy, one of the tools that is being implemented, and the agreements that the government is making with the private sector. We believe that more employment will be generated.
Bem, são muitas informações que temos sobre o assunto, mas eu gostaria de terminar com uma pequena nota.
Well, it's a lot of information regarding to the topic, but I would prefer to end with a small note.
Na estratégia do governo, entendeu-se que é preciso estimular o setor privado para que seja o setor privado aquele que absorva a maior parte da força de trabalho e reduzir o peso do Estado a nível da intervenção econômica. Daí que todo o conjunto de ações de reforma em curso em Angola tem como assente a redução do papel do Estado na economia, focando o Estado naquelas ações que são essenciais, que é saúde, educação, infraestrutura, segurança, deixando vários outros segmentos para uma intervenção mais privada e concertada, a fim de que esses sim promovam a geração de empregos.
Well, the government has acknowledged the importance of the private sector in creating employment and have been working hand in hand to facilitate that. The government also has decided to primarily focus on its objective, which is education system, health sector, infrastructure, and other economic development.
Com isso, agradeço a vossa atenção. Viva o MPLA, viva a ANC, juntos somos fortes.
I conclude by saying viva MPLA, viva ANC, and together we are all strong and stronger.
Long life.
The speech.
Thank you very much, Comrade Manuel, Comrade Geoffrey. Thank you very much for the presentation. It's highly appreciated, and also to give us that understanding, the importance of government to play a role in creating social cohesion, because the economy will always be based on the strength of social cohesion. If there's no social cohesion, we are likely not to find our way. Comrades, without any further ado, let me introduce the last speaker, of which we then take us to final discussion and engagements, and then we conclude. The regional chairperson of the ANC Youth League in Swane region, Comrade Lisejo Makubela, I can see is ready. Over to you, Comrade Lisejo. Please bear in mind the translator as well, move in line with him. Thank you.
Hi, we still have Comrade Geoffrey on this topic. There are two people on this topic.
Geoffrey dos Santos, yeah.
Geoffrey dos Santos.
Yes, I'm input.
Geoffrey.
Muito boa
Okay,
noite.
Geoffrey.
Good
All
evening
right,
to
Boa
you.
noite.
Good
Yes,
evening to you.
we can hear you, comrade. Can you try to adjust your sound there? It's a bit
Conseguimos
having
te ouvir.
echoes there.
Será que pode desajustar o teu som, se faz favor?
Muito boa noite.
A very
Já
good
conseguem me
evening.
ouvir? Já
sim.
está audível?
Já sim.
Muito boa noite,
Correto.
caros camaradas, camaradas do ANC, camaradas da juventude do ANC, melhor, camaradas da JMPLA. É um grande prazer participar desse espaço de interação. Participar desse espaço de interação que com certeza contribuirá para melhorarmos as nossas ações, tanto a nível das nossas organizações e darmos contributos mais efetivos para a melhoria das condições econômicas e sociais dos nossos países.
Warm greetings and thank you for these invitations. And it's always good to participate in such a forum or discussion, which allows us to debate on the economic matters and factors and social cohesions. Sim, já pode falar, faz favor. Estou apenas a traduzir.
Indo diretamente ao assunto que aqui nos traz, eu vou dar continuidade a boa parte daquilo que já foi dito pelo Dr. Mbang. É fundamental que os governos fomentem a participação da juventude no desenvolvimento socioeconômico dos países, permitindo a sua integração com base em ações concretas. No nosso...
Deixa-me só traduzir, faz favor. I'll be speaking on a topic that has already been said, but I'll be just giving some extra information on how the youth should participate in the decision-making economic forum. And yeah. Sim, pode falar, Geoffrey dos Santos.
Sim. Ações essas que possam incutir nos jovens a cultura de criar empregos e não esperar por eles, particularmente nos setores produtivos. Disse, e muito bem o Manon Bang, que nós hoje procuramos ajustar as necessidades do mercado à formação profissional. Isso no sentido de facilitar a inserção dos jovens em Angola na vida ativa.
Well, allowing young people to participate in the economy, which makes them economically active.
É importante percebermos, no nosso caso particular em Angola, mais de 2/3 da nossa população é jovem, ou seja, é constituída por cidadãos entre os 15 aos 24 anos de idade. O que nessa fase em que vivemos da Covid acaba por ser agravar, porque as estratégias do nosso executivo visam promover a inserção desses jovens na vida ativa, a promoção do emprego através da aposta no empreendedorismo. Mas essas ações acabaram por sofrer algum revés com o momento social em particular que o país e o mundo vivem, resultante da Covid-19.
Well, it's necessary that for us Angolans to understand that a third of our youth population is made up of a third which starts from 15 to 24 years old. And it's also necessary to understand that the president is trying by all means to include young people into the workforce. And we also acknowledge that the global degradation of COVID-19 has brought to our economies. Já pode falar,
tanto o PRODES como o PAP, todas essas iniciativas são tendentes à inserção da juventude na vida social e na vida econômica. Os jovens acabam por enquadrar-se
porque há uma forte aposta no empresariado juvenil, mas há ainda a necessidade, e isto temos feito através dos centros de formação profissional, de fomentarmos o empreendedorismo qualificado, porque também entendemos que, por vezes, não basta a ideia, é necessário saber como implementá-la e onde implementá-la.
Well, as a strategy of promoting employment, we have established colleges and institutes of learning to promote entrepreneurs who like to start up their business. It's not just a matter of having the idea, but knowing how to apply or how to implement the ideas. That's why just college and institutes are implemented or created to facilitate that.
Todas essas ações estão previstas na Política Nacional da Juventude. No ano 2019, foi aprovada a Política Nacional da Juventude, que é um instrumento de coordenação multi-intersectorial com vista à proteção especial dos direitos dos jovens.
Well, in 2019, a youth policy was established, which is a multi-sectoral policy, which focuses on helping young people in having or finding employment. It upholds their rights and responsibilities.
Os jovens em Angola, como em qualquer parte da África, sabemos nós, são criativos por natureza. Então, é necessário que os governos criem um ambiente econômico que facilite a materialização dessas potencialidades dos nossos jovens, valorizando...
Angolan youth, many African youth are innovative and creative youth. It's necessary that the government creates a business environment which is conducive for business transactions to take place.
É necessário valorizar-se cada vez mais o poder inovador. Os jovens podem sim, se conceder-se um maior apoio às suas iniciativas, viverem do seu saber, das suas habilidades acadêmicas e profissionais. Mas para isso, há necessidade de haver uma aposta forte no empreendedorismo, quer no empreendedorismo comunitário, quer no empreendedorismo social. É necessário fazer-se despertar este talento da juventude a nível do continente africano, particularmente nessa fase.
Well, during this pandemic, it's necessary that the government directly supports young people's ideas regarding to business innovations, so that they are able to make a living out of it. A serious support is needed to facilitate that.
E a grande aposta deve incidir nos setores produtivos, os setores onde os países mais produzem. E estes são os setores que, eventualmente, são capazes de gerar mais oportunidades de emprego para a juventude. O que se quer é que os jovens possam viver ou possam estar inseridos com base no seu saber, com base nas suas potencialidades. O que se deseja é que os jovens sonham tornarem-se empregadores e não empregados. E este deve ser o grande desafio que todos os governos devem lançar para a sua juventude e nós, como jovens, abraçarmos e materializarmos.
Well, it's necessary that the government strongly supports its main areas of economy where revenue are being created. And the problems that we have most of these young people or youth is that they want to employ others, but they do not want to be employed. This is the problem or the mindset that they have.
Já para terminar, é importante potencializar as novas gerações de forma a fazer deles homens e mulheres com iniciativa criadora, competentes e capazes de assumir as suas tarefas no âmbito do processo de desenvolvimento dos países. Esse deve ser o nosso grande desafio. Temos sim.
To conclude, it's necessary that we support young people or the youth to make them competent and ready for the labor market in order for them to contribute drastically for our countries and continent. That should be our main struggle.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Comrade Geoffrey. We welcome that presentation. My apologies once again for almost not recognizing you. Thank you, Comrade Helena, for noting out that. Comrades, we move to our last presentation. The regional chairperson of Greater Tshwane region, Comrade Disego Makubela, is the podium is yours, Comrade. Take us through on the topic of young people in business, primarily focusing also in line with and without COVID-19, how that has been impactful in the country in particular. Comrade Chair, you will kindly also take to regard the translator as you unleash. Thank you very much. Over to you, Comrade Chair.
No, muito obrigado, Comrade Pepisa, por ahora Agostino Neto, por ahora MPLA, por ahora President Dos Santos, Kanimambo, President Samora Machel, Kanimambo Frelimo, buena nota, camaradas, and thank you very much for inviting us. I think it's very late. I also.
No, we can speak hand in hand.
Yeah, I think it's very late, and I think that it will be quite selfish for us to actually give the presentation that we're going to give, because the lifespan of a human being is limited, and I think that we will have to have this interaction again. I've learned a lot from all the speakers that spoke before me, and I acknowledge that most of you are very tired. I won't speak about what I was asked to speak about. I just want to say something in less than a minute.
Oportunidades como essa é de louvar e de agradecer. Como é visto, todos aqui participantes estão todos cansados, então não irei de abordar aquilo que eu deveria falar, mas irei de ser muito curto e objetivo para que possamos, mais ou menos isso.
Thank you. Muito obrigado, translator. Well, I think that we are very much happy to be interacting with yourselves, the leadership of the JMPLA. We are very much happy that today we are able to rekindle the relationships of two of our organizations, the Titanic JPMLA and the African National Congress.
Estou muito grato por estar aqui a falar com os membros da JMPLA. É sempre bom ter reuniões como essas, é sempre muito importante.
I say that because it's a special date which reminds me of something that took place in Havana in January of 1966.
É algo muito especial que ocorreu em Havana em 1966.
In that particular time, there was a meeting which was convened by Che Guevara and Fidel Castro. It was a meeting of all national liberation movements in Africa, Asia, and South America. It became a conference which was called the Tricontinental Conference.
Essa reunião ocorreu em 1966, que teve a presença de grandes líderes como Che Guevara, e teve como tópico principal nacionalismo.
Yes, it was Che Guevara and Fidel Castro. In that meeting, our leaders came and met in a foreign continent. The MPLA was represented by Agostinho Neto. The African National Congress was represented by its president, President Oliver Tambo. Amilcar Cabral was there.
Durante essa reunião tivemos figuras importantes como o Dr. Antônio Agostinho Neto, Oliver Tambo.
And of course, many of the African leaders in the continent were there, including the President Samora Machel of Frelimo, who unfortunately on this day lost his life in South Africa through a plane crash which was orchestrated by the regime and eventually was brutally killed.
E nessa mesma reunião tivemos figuras como Samora Machel, o ex-presidente da Frelimo de Moçambique, e morreu por um acidente de avião e acabou por morrer cá na África do Sul.
And in this we say, Bora ora Samora Machel, Bora ora Frelimo. I guess you will not need any translation for that.
Correct.
Well, there was one of the speakers who touched me in that conference, in that Tricontinental Conference. Amilcar Cabral was our age. He was 32 years of age at the time when he spoke at the conference. He took to podium and said the following words, and I quote, "We are not going to use this platform to complain about imperialism. There is an African saying very common in our country, which says, and I quote, when your house is burning, it is not use, there is no use beating about the tom-toms," close quote.
Durante aquela conferência, Amilcar Cabral tinha a nossa idade, a nossa faixa etária. Tinha 32 anos de idade e ele disse: não devemos estar aqui para falar dos problemas que o imperialismo tem na nossa sociedade, na nossa política. E agora, tem um provérbio que ele bem mencionou, que é quando a sua casa está a pegar fogo, não deve se manter em pé sem fazer nada, devemos agir. Nesse caso, vir como uma solução. Esse é o provérbio que ele preferiu.
I decide to quote that passage of what Amilcar Cabral said because of the invisible enemy, the COVID-19, which is not of our making. It does not originate in Africa. It originates in other countries, but it has now become an African problem.
Eu decidi vir com esse provérbio, ou seja, essa passagem por causa da pandemia, nesse caso, o COVID-19, por causa do problema que nós temos enfrentado. COVID-19 não é um problema africano, mas sim um problema que é do estrangeiro, mas agora tornou-se um problema para o povo africano.
But we have a much more bigger problem than COVID-19.
Mas temos grandes, maiores problemas que vão mais além da pandemia, que é o COVID-19.
We have a much more bigger pandemic in Africa than COVID-19.
Nós temos uma pandemia muito grande, maior do que COVID-19.
And that problem is Africans undermine their ingenuity and undermine each other as a people.
O problema que está a nos está a assolar os africanos é o problema de rebaixarem uns aos outros.
The biggest trading partner of Angola is not South Africa.
O traidor de Angola, ou seja, o inimigo, não é a África do Sul.
The biggest trading partner of South Africa is not Angola.
O inimigo ou o traidor da África do Sul não é Angola.
The oil in Angola does not come to South Africa.
O óleo da Angola, ou seja, a matéria-prima da Angola, não vem cá na África do Sul.
The diamonds in South Africa are not traded in Angola.
Os diamantes da África do Sul não são comercializados em Angola.
Pretoria is a European city occupied by Africans.
Pretória, que é uma cidade da África do Sul, não é uma cidade europeia, mas sim onde vivem africanos.
Everywhere in Luanda, you see companies that are owned by North Americans and Europeans.
Quando olhamos para Luanda, vamos ver que há muitas empresas que pertencem a pessoas dos Estados Unidos da América e muitos outros da Europa.
That is the biggest pandemic Africa is facing.
Essa é a maior pandemia, ou seja, problema.
Not COVID-19.
Não COVID-19.
And if we, the young people of the two fraternal organizations, don't solve that problem, then we are going to be consumed. We are going to be spending time now welcoming the Chinese occupation and the Chinese colonization of our countries.
Se nós, jovens africanos, não nos levantemos para combater essa pandemia, iremos de sofrer os mesmos problemas. Nesse caso, chineses vindo cá liderar os nossos países africanos.
The Europeans and the Chinese are both fighting and scrambling for the second colonization of Africa as a continent, and none of them is better than each other.
Os europeus e os chineses estão a lutar uns aos outros para colonizar a África novamente, mas infelizmente nenhum deles é melhor.
And the European media is telling us Angola's people are poor because of the daughter of Dos Santos.
Olhando para a mídia europeia, tem transmitido uma mensagem que Angola é um país pobre por causa da filha do presidente de Angola.
And they tell us, and they tell you in Angola that South Africans are poor because of the corruption of Jacob Zuma and his family.
E a mídia nos diz que a África do Sul é um país pobre por causa dos maus atos, por causa da má governação do ex-presidente Jacob Zuma e a sua família.
They don't tell you that we are poor because the Europeans are pillaging and are stealing from our two countries.
A mídia nunca vai te dizer que os dois países são pobres por causa dos roubos praticados pelos europeus em Angola e na África do Sul.
They don't tell you that the mines of South Africa and the oil reefs of Angola are looted by the West.
A mídia nunca diz que as minas de Angola, da África do Sul, está a ser controlada pelos europeus e os americanos.
And we have to solve that problem. So, and I want to leave it there. Amilcar Cabral closes his speech.
Eu gostaria de terminar com isso. Amilcar Cabral, numa das suas palestras, disse.
Amilcar Cabral closes his speech by saying that the enemy is not just imperialism. The enemy is the struggle against our own weaknesses.
Amilcar Cabral, numa das suas palestras, disse: o inimigo não é o imperialismo, mas o inimigo é as nossas fraquezas.
And one of the weaknesses that is there that he spoke about is that there must be an economic interaction between ourselves as Africans.
Uma das fraquezas que foi mencionado é que deve haver uma interação econômica.
The biggest trading partner of South Africa must be an African country.
Dos países que a África do Sul deve fazer mesmo negócio tem que ser país africano.
Our cars, our trucks, our taxis, and everything else must be powered by Angolan oil, not by British petroleum.
Recursos como os carros e outras matérias-primas devem sair da Angola, não de outro país do oeste da Europa.
The biggest trading partner of Angola must be an African state.
Dos países com quem Angola deve fazer negócio deve ser país africano, não da Europa.
The old cannot do that.
Os velhos já não podem mais fazer isso.
The young must embrace that.
Nós jovens é que devemos abraçar essa causa.
Obrigado, comrades.
Thank you so much, my comrades. Camaradas da Visa.
Comrade Chairperson, thank you very much. Yeah, as always, they say, comrades in Angola, this side, this man, we call him Spitfire, because whenever he speaks, just like you're doing right now, Comrade Helena, you're smiling because it's interesting. He's always got something to say. We appreciate and welcome your presentation, Comrade Chair. Comrades, we are human beings, and we've been here for 4 hours. We'd be doing injustice to our families and to our bodies as well. There's a proposal. There's a proposal in place that although we are left to discuss and debate and find a way forward on this program we've had today, I think it would suit us best to reconvene again within a week or two, whereby we will include the conclusion of this program, and then perhaps look forward to new ways and solutions that are coming up from this engagement. You can advise Comrade Helena your suggestion if you perhaps see differently or want to add on.
Camarada Helena tem uma sugestão a dar ou a fazer concernente o tópico abordado?
I think at this time, everything has been said. Everything has been said. As I suggested before, that we had a lot of topics to discuss. I think now Comrade Pepisa can see what I was thinking about. Because meeting young generations, there's always a lot of things to be said. We cannot put more than 3 topics to discuss. At the end of the day, actually, we didn't discuss. We didn't have much time to discuss because all of us wanted to speak and we didn't leave time for discussion. So I think next time we should stick to one topic and less people to discuss. Or we can have the same number of people, but the topics, they mustn't be a lot. But anyway, we always learn something, and I'm sure we all learned a lot from each other. I want to apologize, my ladies here, for this panel when I talked about the 5 ladies that were engaged in the war for our independence. Maybe I was misunderstood, or the translator misunderstood what I said. I said the women in Angola have always been there and they are still there. But I only highlighted these 5 women because they are the 5 that were more, what can I say? I'm even losing the words to say. They were the 5 that were highlighted and active.
Prominent.
But it doesn't mean they were the only 5 women who went to the war. Because our war is continuing, as Mr. Makubela said. Our war is every day. We are fighting every day. And I'm very happy with our government because I can now see women really in nice government positions. And not only that, even in day-to-day jobs, constructions and everything, you see women here in Angola, drivers and everything, we are everywhere. So I'm very happy for that. I cannot complain because comparing to other countries in Africa, I can say here in Angola, women are really happy. We are valued, we are considered, and here in Angola, women are on top. Our men really value us. And I think I have nothing else to say than to say, I hope next time we start earlier and we have less topics to discuss. Thank you very much on behalf of all my colleagues here.
Muito obrigado. A luta continua.
Comrades, I see Comrade Chilidzi Munyai leadership. Your hand is raised and you are recognized. Just briefly. Comrades Munyai, are you with us?
Comrades, really for me is that the input by the Comrade Chairperson of the ANC Youth League in Tshwane was really a fundamental conclusion that can guide us forward. And I think the project that has been put forward by one of the Angolan comrades, the tilapia fish, it's a multi-billion rand business. If really it's the market is provided in South Africa and is financially supported to expand. And I'm sure our IDC institution also support African development. So the key issues that I'm sure in the upcoming session in which the chair, the comrades from Tshwane will facilitate with the counterpart, that will help us to go forward. Thank you very much, comrades. I think I learned a lot. Let's go forward.
Luta continua.
Obrigado. A luta continua.
A vitória é certa. Viva o MPLA!
Viva!
Viva a ANC!
Viva! Comrades, we are young people, you must make noise. Amanda,
yes.
You drink
Thank you very much, comrades.
Comrades, thank you very much. We are going to set a new date together with Comrade Helena and then we reconvene again. Thank you very much. Peace.
Oh, sorry, before we leave, there is an event which is taking place on Sunday. I'm sure all of us will know it's a Solidarity Day, African Solidarity Day. We will be marching to the American Embassy on Sunday as the Youth League. We will be marching there because we will be demanding that the sanctions that have been imposed against Zimbabwe, that they must be relinquished. We want to also urge our comrades in Angola that they must also organize similar demonstrations like that. The Secretary General of the ZANU-PF Youth League had joined us. He had to leave because they are sitting in a meeting to also plan that. So this can be part of what we do as for the African Solidarity Day, which was declared by the African Union. Thank you very much. I just wanted to put that announcement, Comrade Pepisa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Comrade Helena, any comments before?
I will invite one of my colleagues for the comments. Does anyone want to say something? Comrade Bangi, Comrade Jov, Kelvin?
Alguém que tem algum comentário a fazer concernente à apresentação? Camarada Joffrey, Kelvin.
Para mim é apenas dizer que é um momento de bastante interação e de conhecimento do que se passa nos dois países irmãos.
I just would like to say this is a moment of interaction that's currently taking place in both countries.
E aqui aproveitar o nosso chairperson ter levantado também a questão de abordarmos com os outros países irmãos. E aqui avançou o Zimbábue e podíamos ver outros, triangular ou quadrangular.
And I want to thank the chairperson for mentioning out about Zimbabwe, which is our fellow brother, which is next door.
Aspecto também importante a adicionar aqui era a possibilidade de, no próximo formato, reduzirmos o número de painéis e de temas para abordar, sermos mais concisos, para que as conclusões sejam também aproveitadas para as outras ações a nível dos nossos países.
One aspect I would like to mention is that the next time may we please be more concise, precise, and objective regarding to what we have to talk about.
Porque foram muitos temas bastante interessantes, mas que com o alongar do tempo e aqui as pessoas tiveram que de quando em vez de ir repartindo a atenção, podíamos concentrar toda a atenção no desenvolvimento de uma abordagem comum com resultados muito mais concretos.
We had important topics to be discussed, which are very, 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 very important, but we were unable to discuss it due to the various number of topics. That's not when we had to divide the attentions. Next time we must only have one topic.
Uma nota mesmo muito importante que eu retiro dessa interação é dessa energia, é dessa força da juventude da ANC.
I would like to emphasize and talk more about the energy that has been shown by the members of the ANC who are present here.
Que acreditamos que conjuntamente certamente vamos contribuir para o desenvolvimento dos nossos dois países irmãos e amigos.
And together we'll be able to work hand in hand and to contribute for the betterment of our both countries.
Okay. Muito obrigado.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Comrade Manuel, for the acknowledgement and the recognition. Yes, comrades, we are closing off now. We are going to communicate the next date when we're going to meet and polish up on this program that had been drafted up.
Vamos agora terminar ou fechar com a reunião.
So in closure, I would like to say thank you to all the comrades who participated and played a role in making this a success. Comrade Helena, Comrade Kelvin, you were very instrumental. Comrade Lisejo, you were very helpful. We appreciate for the input. And all comrades who were able to avail themselves for more than the 2 hours that we had projected. We are very grateful, and we'd also like to thank Langoni Webinar, the company that facilitated this program. We would like to appreciate the efforts and time they gave into making this to be a success. comrades, without wasting any more of our time, I would like to say good night. And the comrade Helena, how do I say good night in Portuguese?
Boa noite.
Boa night.
Boa noite.
Boa night. Comrades, can we all at the same time say boa night and we close off the
Boa
session?
noite.
Boa night.
Boa noite.
Foto do grupo, uma foto do grupo.
Ah, okay. A group photo, please. Kelvin,
Com a
please.
Vitória, com a Vitória, com a Vitória.
Comrade Kelvin.
Com a Vitória, com a Vitória.
Viva,
Com a
viva.
Vitória.
PLA,
Yeah,
viva.
let's have a group photo, comrades.
Yeah, take it.
Yeah. No, it's more.
Actually, I'm smiling.
Bela.
Yes.
Thanks for a Vitória, com a Vitória.
Comrade Peace, come in, Comrade Peace. Please
Yeah,
smile.
comrade Peace is here for the picture. Aha, Malibongwe.
Yamalama
Amandla.
Thank you very much, guys.
Hey, we also have comrade Buwang as well joining us. Malibongwe.
Camarada Helena, gostei muito da tua postura. Esse é um comentário. Essa forma de falar.
Obrigada, camarada. Ainda
De
estamos
nada.
live. Tchau, amanhã.
Tá bem,
See you next time.
Next time.
Sim.